catheterisation, and venipuncture and cannulation. Our top-notch faculty will guide you every step of the way. Be job ready for success.
எனக்கு ஒரு கிளாஸ் இருக்கு, நான் அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு வரேன்.
Y'all just started time.
Years have gone by. I'm so pleased that you have now started the Welfare Academy. May God bless you from strength to strength.
Welfare Academy is a registered higher education institute servicing the UK healthcare sector. We deliver nationally recognised NVQ Level 3 and above vocational qualifications awarded by NCFE and Skills for Care, which are both accepted by the CQC. Our other training courses include Care Assistant Training, Senior Care Training, PMVA, Medication Administration, catheterisation, and venipuncture and cannulation. Our top-notch faculty will guide you every step of the way. Be job ready for success. Welfare Academy is a registered higher education institute servicing the UK healthcare sector. We deliver nationally recognised NVQ Level 3 and above vocational qualifications awarded by NCFE and Skills for Care, which are both accepted by the CQC. Our other training courses include Care Assistant Training, Senior Care Training, PMVA, Medication Administration, Catheterisation, and Venipuncture and Cannulation. Our top-notch faculty will guide you every step of the way. Be job ready for success.
Morning. Sorry.
Morning. I need to open.
So, were you with him yesterday?
Sorry?
Were you with him yesterday? Were you with Roger yesterday?
Yeah, I'm with you.
So yesterday wasn't this big.
Not big, only for small area, only for big, one of two area. Already informed the neighbor.
And today is out there.
Yeah.
ना वीडियो नहीं कर रखना खाली
अच्छा ऑडियो कर लेना
ऑडियो चाहिए करना
अरे ना પછી આપણે બનાવીએ આપણે નહીં હું જોડે મદદ કરીશ તમે હા મદદ કરાય મને આ શું કરવાનું
जो डायरेक्ट मैगी बन तो राइट छोड़वानी डूंगरी टमाटर लीला मिर्चा सत्तवाना सत्ताई मैगी मैगी देना सबसे मैगी मसाला के नमक पानी ना
I'm so
मस्त मैगी
pleased
बन
that
કાચી મેગી છે
स्टेज वाला मसाला बेगी सेकी પછી મસાલો जितने खाना नहीं ना
may God bless you from
પછી એનો જે બ્લોટ કે પાણી નાખવાનું.
Welfare Academy is a registered higher education institute servicing the UK healthcare sector.
Please mute your mic.
We deliver nationally recognised NVQ Level 3 and above vocational qualifications awarded by NCFE and Skills for Care, which are both accepted by the CQC. Our other training courses include Care Assistant Training, Senior Care Training, PMVA, Medication Administration, Catheterisation, and Venipuncture and Cannulation. Our top-notch faculty will guide you every step of the way. Be job ready for success.
8 years.
Hello, dear students. Welcome to Welfare Health and Safety Academy. This is a nice day. This is something like going to be a bit more. It's only 123 so far. We have more than 500 students joined. So we'll be with more students. So thank you so much for joining. First of all, without much delay, we're just going to be beginning. I'm not this person who takes the class. It's Greta. Some of you are familiar with Greta from Dunstable Hospital. So she's one of the recruiting manager. I mean to say a ward manager. Yep. Thank you. Hi, AB. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, let's have this little bit of courtesy because it's many students, right? Candidates. So try to mute from your end initially. Then we'll have a QA session. Greta has joined. Hi, thank you, Greta. So Greta, so our agenda of the session or today is training how to get a proper job in NHS. Okay, so if I speak about that, there is no point because I'm not working with NHS. I'm not a recruiter in NHS. I'm Jensen Thomas. Many of you know me because I've been teaching you. Majority of you is Welfare Academy students. Majority of you, I would say 90% of you. The reason this is one of the compliments, kind of support giving from us. It's free, so please take it. And our heartful intention is to support you to make you in NHS. So today, Greta will be beginning now the sessions. Okay, so I'm giving you the whole floor to Greta. Thank you so much, Greta. You guys have an opportunity to switch your cameras on. Again, you have interactive sessions, but I would highly suggest each topics, and we will be giving you enough time to interact. For example, application form, interview form, or methods, all these things, or their expectancies. She has prepared very well on the topic. So each time sessions will give you enough time to. Okay, so up to that, please kindly mute from your end and keep writing your questions so that we can ask. Okay, thank you so much. So I would highly suggest you to mute from.
Asking, and this is perfect time.
Okay. So it will be a high distraction. Okay, Roslyn, thank you so much, Roslyn. Would you mind just mute from your end, please? Kindly. Thank you so much. So right now, please try not to call us. In case of any doubt, you guys have a right to text message. So we'll get back to you. There are a team working behind it because the number is too huge. So we will be helping you through text messages. Thank you so much. How can I join? Welfare team joining link. Thank you so much. Okay.
No, 5,000 every week. 5,000 every week. No.
Okay, we will be muting the person. Thank you so much. So without much delay, once again, welcome to Welfare Health Academy. This is a free training for NHS entry point. For those who are NHS job hunters, this is a time for you. This is a day for you. Please get the maximum from Greta and the team. Of course, there are some supportive team again joining at the end of the session who have joined with NHS, who got the visa from NHS. So those processes will be even explained. Thank you. I mean to say free visa, free joining methods. Thank you. So Greta, hopefully you're ready. Yeah. Thank you, Greta. The whole floor is yours, Greta. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that we're going to have a good time today, this afternoon. The weather is nice. I'm planning to finish at time to give you some opportunity for you to enjoy the rest of the day. But obviously, everything that we're going to talk about today is extremely important, not only for your future career, but also of like how we can guide you and how we can support you, to make sure that you're making the right plans, but also to make sure that you are successful with your plans in the future. There's quite a few things that we're going to cover. Obviously, it's a lot of theory that we're going to cover, but in the same time, we'll do some interaction sessions as well. After each of our session, you have opportunity to ask questions. I'm just going to ask you, please, if you just can mute yourself, because it's very distracting for other people, as well, to listen to the information that we're going to share. If you have any questions, I think on your screens, you can raise your hand, and obviously, the people from our team will be able to accommodate your questions on the end of each session. If you have any questions that I didn't cover with my presentation, please, on your screen again, you have a time where you have on your chat where you can write your questions, you can type your questions, and then we'll be able to see the questions, and we'll try to answer as much as we can and with the best possible answer. How we're going to proceed? Obviously, we have the session will be quite long. Like Jensen said, we will do this from now until 5 o'clock. We're planning to finish, probably a little bit early, but then something happened. And then we're going to have a break at 2:30 for 15 minutes, just to give you a little bit break of my voice and my personality. And then we'll join back again to be able to finish whatever we need to do. I'm just going to share the slides. I'm going to share my screen with you just to tell you what exactly we're going to do, just to give you some plan and some orientation of our session. And then we're going to proceed with the talks. I'm just going to share my desktop with you guys.
Sure, thank you.
I'm not very good with the technology. That's why I need the team here to support me. All this technology is not my strengths. I've got a lot of other strengths, but this is not one of them. Just if you can bear with me for a few seconds until we sort that.
Dear students, I have a request. If you are attending full time, please, I would highly suggest to switch your camera on. It will be good, something like an interactive, so the teacher get a better, kind of a feel. Okay, there are.
Okay, now you'll be able to, and then just from the arrows, yeah? Okay. Now you'll be able to see, my screen as well, and you have an opportunity to see what exactly we're going to focus on. I think doesn't work very well. Just if you give me 1 second. Put in. Okay, now I think all the technical problems are clear and we can start. No, it doesn't work.
Just click the cursor. Click the cursor.
Okay. Now, what we're going to cover today for the next 4 hours, we're going to talk about the recruitment, generally about the process of recruitment. Then we're going to talk about how working for NHS, what's the benefits of working for NHS, and obviously we'll go over the topic of how you can apply for a job with NHS. Obviously, we'll cover one of the sessions that is very important for everyone, how to complete successfully the application form. We will cover every topic of the application form, mainly talking about what you need to include as information in your application form. We will talk about the qualification, trainings. Also, we will talk about your professional experience, any employment gaps, and the most important, which actually a lot of employees, they're failing that part of the application form, is your personal statement. We're going to spend a lot of time talking a lot of details of your personal statement. We will talk about the interview process, like how you have to prepare for the interview, but also we're going to cover very briefly about the dress code, what should be your attitude and body language when you're going for the interview. And we will spend quite a lot of time on trying to prepare you for the most common questions that you may be asked during the interview process. On the end of our session, because we was able to help quite a lot of students already, applying for job within the NHS. That's why we will be able to share some of their stories, some of their testimonies with you as a part of your motivation and encouraging process, just to give you opportunity to see that actually this is possible. Even without the experience, there is people who been supported by Welfare Academy and they was successful on their interviews and application process as well. Now we can start with the recruitment. Recruitment, like you see on the screen, is a process where usually is involved in identifying, sourcing, screening, shortlisting, and interviewing candidates for job. The job can be permanent or temporary within the organization. This is a definition which is included with all kind of recruitment process. Doesn't mean NHS, healthcare sector, construction, warehouses, any kind of recruitment. I'm just going to spend a little bit more time on each definition, with each process of the recruitment, identifying what does it identifying meaning. That is usually a job which is involved mainly the organization. Identifying that means the employer needs to spend time with the people who needs the job to make sure that they're applying, they're listing the correct documents requirement for the job. They identify what skills are necessary for the job that they need for the organization. Also, they're going to talk. They need to specify what characteristic the employee needs to have applying for the position as well. Just to give you some examples, like for example, they can the employer can think that driving license is essential for applying for the job. Probably some qualification like moving and handling training or safeguarding training is essential for the position that they're looking for, to be covered by the candidates. Or they can require, for example, any qualification like NVQ2 or NVQ3, NVQ5 qualification is essential for the candidate to apply for this job. Like, for example, if you don't have any of these qualifications, probably there is no worded for you to apply for the job because you don't cover the criteria set by the employer for this position. This is like part of the identification. Like I said, this is the part of the employer to set the basic, what is the word? The basic the basic skills and characteristics that they want the employer to have before they're applying for the position. The second part of the recruitment process is sourcing. What does it mean, sourcing? Sourcing is the strategy of the employer, like what exactly they're planning to, where they're planning to find employee from. Like, for example, some of the organizations, they like to have experienced staff applying for the position. That means they can make the source only internal, for example, within the organization, just from different departments to move staff from one department to another staff. That's why the sourcing of the recruitment process can be only within the organization. The sourcing also can be vacancies from one organization to another organization. Like, for example, somebody who has a very good personal skills within the warehouse organization, they can be moved to work within the healthcare sector organization because of their skills that they already have developed working with the previous organization. Also, this is usually the part of the recruitment process where on the application form, on the application adverts will be, on the advertise will be very well specified if the employee is looking for external or internal employees. Like, for example, if this advertise will be open for every single one to be able to see, or just for limited audition. Also, during the sourcing, there will be how the employer will be able to advertise the position. What kind of resources they're going to use to advertise the position. If that's going to be advertised, like especially if it's external, if they're going to use all the media, to advertise the position. Like sometimes probably you've seen on the newspaper or on the webs, like on the between the movies or like different programs on the TV, like the people advertising different positions. Just bear in mind that these kind of resources are not very reliable because sometimes you have to think, like, for example, if it's a job out for a position in their organization on the newspaper, they need time to this job to be advertised. They need the time for the position to be put on the newspaper and then for the newspaper to be printed, which means you're going to lose some time of the advertising process. In that case, if there is a closing date already for the job, for the time when the people will be able to see the adverts in the newspaper, probably the job deadline will be closed already. That's why you just have to bear in mind when you're looking for job description, you just have to look for the resources if they're very reliable or not. I think probably another source of recruitment can be agencies. There's agencies where you can look for a job and they're quite reliable because actually they can give you very live information of like how soon the job was advertised to on the market. It's very important for you to know how actually reliable this information is. Like, for example, you have to look when is the deadline of the interview, any additional information of mentioned on the advertise, because obviously you need a time to prepare yourself for completing your application process. You need time to look for the job description, for any other additional information that support, the advertise. That's why you really need to focus on when you're looking for sources for your applications, for your jobs opportunity, which one is the most recent one? Like, for example, are we going to look for the one from the newspaper, or are we going to look for the one from, like we said, the fresh one from the hospital websites, or from any other additional websites like the recruitment websites? Now, we will talk about screening and selection. What does it mean, screening and selection? This is the process where the employer, but also and the employee as well, is advertising the job, and the employee, the people looking for a job, they're actually searching for their opportunities, for their dream job. Screening, that means from like when the employer set all the characteristics that they need for the people applying for the position, but also they screen all the requirement, like, for example, any additional trainings, like any additional skills, any additional characteristic that the employer needs to have. The selection obvious is like once when the people start to applying for the job. Like once when the job is open, obviously if you cover the criteria that the characteristic and the criteria that are mentioned in the job description, everyone can apply for the position. That doesn't mean everyone will be selected. The selection, obviously, is done mainly by the employer, by a panel of group of people who are actually looking through each application form, and then they see who actually cover the criteria that needs for the specific job for the organization. The selection is extremely important because actually this is the future people who are going to fill the vacancies within the organization. That's why we will spend a lot of time on how to complete the application form. Don't forget that when the employer is selecting the people going for the interview, they don't see pictures, they don't see names, they don't see personal information about the person. They just see facts and data. That's why you have to be very, very specific when you're completing your application form. That's why we have a special separate session about the application form. Shortlisting, obviously, once when you complete your application forms and the employer has to go through all the application forms, they need to select the one that is more suitable for the job that has been advertised. What does it mean, the shortlisting? Like, for example, I just want to give you an example that as a recruiter, I was able to advertise a position for healthcare assistant in my organization for my department. And I put the job out for 1 day only, and I had 64 application forms. I've got only one position available, but I've got 64 application forms. That means my job, and on the top of that, I had about 10 phone calls, people just calling me and think that that's the way that they can apply for the job. That's absolutely big no. But also I had about 5-6 emails of people who've seen the advertisement and they decided that they're going to email me, and this is the way that they're going to apply for the job. When you're looking for the job, you have to follow the recruitment process. You're picking up the phone, probably in our countries, like I'm not from England, but probably in our countries, there is options for people just to pick up the phone and to discuss with the employer directly if they can apply for the job or not. in England, everything is covered by the law, and also the recruitment process actually is very strict and needs to follow the rules of the recruitment. That's why the only way for you to apply for job within the big organization is for you by applying through the legal eligible websites, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. The shortlisting, like I said, the employer cannot see names, cannot see age, cannot see how the person looks like, if I like them or I don't like them. They're just based on like how you're going to complete your application form and what information you're going to provide in your application form. That's why application form is like your big challenge to complete, to make sure that you are successful for the shortlisting. And obviously, the last part of the recruitment process is the interview. We will talk about the interview on the end of our sessions. We will try to cover every aspect of the interview and to make sure that you are prepared for the interview to be able to be successful with the successful outcome of the interview. Now, this is generally for the recruitment process. Obviously, I'm working for NHS, but I have experience working for the private sector as well, within the healthcare sector. That's why I just want to mention about, before we start talking about why I prefer to work for NHS, I just want to mention very briefly about your opportunities working in the healthcare sector. Why we're looking for job in the healthcare sector, because first of all, the healthcare sector is giving you opportunity for you to find job easily with no experience. Healthcare sector is probably one of the sector that at the moment is like a very hot topic of in regards of staffing level. Like probably you've seen on the news, on the radio, that NHS is always, the healthcare sector, especially NHS, is always with the less staffing level. That's why it's giving a big opportunity for you to find job easily and with no experience. Usually most of the employers, but also there's a lot of companies that are providing additional trainings for you to be prepared for that job. In the healthcare sector, I'm going to talk about a lot of the healthcare sector because obviously this is my strengths and that's my knowledge. I know more about that. I'm not sure how you can apply for a job in Lidl or Tesco, but we will talk about the healthcare sector. Obviously, there are two different sectors of in the healthcare organization. You can apply for private organization, but also you can apply for NHS. Within the private sector, again, there's quite a few different options. You can apply to work in the care home, that includes residential or nursing home. You can apply working for agency, or you can apply working for personal healthcare assistant. I just want to give you just very brief description of like what should be your benefits and negatives of working for the private sector. The benefits for working within the private sector is that pretty much you have more flexibility. You can apply for a job and you can find job easily. The healthcare sector, they're not asking much for previous experience. Obviously, you still have to go for interview, which is negative. Nobody will take you without the interview, and you still have to complete application form. Usually, with the private healthcare sector, the application form is a little bit more simple. Let's say that. But actually, to be honest, because I've been there, I work in the private sector in the past as well, I can tell you that I personally think that the negatives are more than the positive sides of the private sector. First of all, especially if you have to work as a agency healthcare assistant, you have to go to different places. Most of the time, your traveling time is not included in your schedule. You're not paid for your mileages as well. The time stuck in traffic is not included in your time schedule, and most of the time, if you are delayed because of the traffic, you can lose clients or residents, whatever you want to call them, or patients. But also, you have to answer like why you delayed. That causes a lot of stress within the patient's expectation. Also, the big negative of working for the private organization is that actually most of the time the contracts are not in your benefit. The contracts are more in the benefit of the organization. Like, for example, when I work in the private sector, I didn't have any contract. I never signed contract, but on the end, when I wanted to leave my organization, I was told that according to my contract, which I never seen. That's why it's very, sometimes the things happen a little bit under the table, if that makes sense. It's just not giving you like clear expectation, clear responsibility, but then once when you start working for the private organization, the expectations are completely different of what you've discussed during your interview process. What is the other benefit? What's the other negatives working for the private sector is actually you don't have all the benefits that the NHS provide you, like a big pension scheme, opportunity for the tax cover scheme as well. But the bigger negative, I think, for the private organization is that you don't have career progression opportunities. Like there is not much opportunity for you to develop yourself. You can go, your development opportunity is very limited. Obviously, if you start as a healthcare assistant, you can become a team leader, you can become a senior healthcare assistant, probably you can become like a team, like organizational manager or something like that. But it's very limited. You still have to be stick in that area of development, like healthcare assistant job. When I'll talk about a little bit more about the benefits and also the negatives of working for NHS, and why I think it's better opportunity for you to work for NHS is mainly NHS. According to my research, which I'm not sure if it's actually 100% right, NHS every year advertise more than 1 million jobs opportunities, different variety of job opportunities every year. That make them probably the bigger employer advertising positions in the whole working sector. And also that is, I'm not saying this, they're advertising 1 million healthcare assistant job. You know, in NHS there is a variety of positions, but generally they are advertising more than 1 million position in all UK. Now, why do I think it's better for us to work within NHS? And I'm just saying this from my personal experience, because actually I work for the private sector, and for like what, about 11 years ago, I've joined NHS. Now, if you're asking me if I want to go back to the private sector, I don't want to say never, because you never know what the life will offer you up one day. But if I have to say, do I want to go back to the private sector, I will say big no. Why? Because actually with NHS, yes, there is a negativities. The negative things with the NHS is that actually the payment is not exactly like what the private sector paid, but also you have a better pension scheme, you have a better tax cover scheme, your annual leave scheme is much better than, your holiday time is much better than the private sector. Like, for example, when I work for the private sector, I was told that I'm allowed to have only, if I work 1 year for the same organization, I'm allowed to have only 2 weeks paid annual leave. When within NHS, obviously, like every other legal, big organization in UK, you are allowed to have 28 to 30, depends on your working experience, 27 to 30 days annual leave that you can take through the whole year. What other negatives you have with NHS? To be honest, I'm not sure what else I can find as a negative. Working with NHS, yes, you work probably with more, especially if you work in the hospital, you work more in acute settings. You don't have this close relationship with the patients, where in the care homes you can build like very close relationship with the patients, with the families as well. When in the hospital, the patients keep coming and going. That means you don't have this close relationship. Some people, they found this like a negative. Some people, they like this dynamic of the job. Talking about the benefits and why we have to work for NHS, I just have to, like I mentioned earlier, about the scheme, the pension scheme, the annual leave scheme, your taxes covered scheme, it's much, much better. Actually, you don't have to worry, like all your covers, all your taxes will be covered. You have very good pension scheme. One day when you come to the retirement age, you know that your pension will be covered. There is no any additional documents that you have to complete. The NHS will complete everything for you. Your sickness will be covered by the NHS. Like hopefully you're never going to be off sick, but if something happens, you've got the opportunity where your sickness will be covered and you will be paid for that. But also the opportunities of being part of a big team. Just seeing variety of different job descriptions, like working with people with variety of positions, like part of the multidisciplinary team. That means it's giving you picture to see what else you can do within the NHS. And we're coming to the point where the bigger benefit of working for NHS is actually development opportunities. Like obviously, there's a challenges like facing different scenarios, different jobs opportunities, but in the same time, it's giving you opportunity for you to develop yourself. Like for example, if you start as a healthcare assistant and you see working with the nurses, probably one day you can decide that you want to be a nurse, and the NHS can give you opportunity for you instead of you quitting your job and applying for full-time nursing student. You can be part of the NHS organization and still you can do your nursing opportunity training, like that's called training nursing associate, where you'll be able to work as a healthcare assistant, but within your working hours as a healthcare assistant, you'll be able to apply for to do your nursing training, which is taking a little bit longer than normal university time. I think the university applying for nursing job is like 3 years, when within the NHS, working as a training nursing associate is taking, I think, 3 years and 8 months. But I think the benefits of doing that is much better. But also, even working as a healthcare assistant, if you decide that you want to change completely your pathway, for example, you don't want to have any more, direct patients, probably you can change your working experience and working opportunities to become a discharge officer, occupational therapist, physiotherapist with some additional trainings, or work clerk, just organizing the work and more organizational duties. Is so much more opportunities you have with NHS for your personal development. Now, recently, NHS come with the solution that usually, with the NHS, there's a different bands, depends on your qualification and your characteristics and skills you have. But now recently, and every healthcare assistant is starting as a band 2. Recently, NHS after discussion with the government, they decided to come with a solution where, with a little bit additional trainings, again, NHS will provide, you'll be able to start as a band 3, which obviously is a bigger band than band 2. The payment is higher than the starting of band 2 position. Obviously, the responsibility a little bit more previously from the NHS band 2 job. But like I said, that actually is giving kind of preparation for what you want to do next. Obviously, if you want to continue working as a healthcare assistant, that's absolutely fine. If you love what you're doing and you just want to stay in that position, you have this teamwork relationship within the NHS where everyone is there to support. There is no, this is my patient, I'm not going to help you because I've got more than enough to do. It's more like a team orientated, but at the same time, like I said, it's just giving you opportunity to see what other options and what other variety of jobs you can actually be successful within the NHS sector. Obvious now, probably most of you are asking how you can apply for a job with the NHS, especially thinking of probably some of you are coming with the requirement to be sponsored. I'm not a specialist of answering probably that question. I just want to let you know that recently I found that most of the NHS organizations are sponsoring healthcare assistants as well. That's why I think if you apply for a job within the NHS, you have a big possibility, opportunity, to be successful on your interview and to be sponsored by the NHS organization. Probably you can see when on my slides, when I said how to apply for a job, NHS, there's quite few options. Obvious, you have to find one of the options that you can apply is that you need to find your local hospital, like if you know the name of the local hospital, and just Google the name of the hospital and then go to the vacancies. If there's any job for healthcare assistant or support worker as a band 2, you can just apply. Just bear in mind that it's not only the hospitals working with the with NHS. There's still quite few care homes still working with NHS. I'm not sure the names of all the care homes, but I know Bupa care homes, they're still working with the NHS. That means if you think that care home with NHS will be your dream job, you can Google which care homes in your area are still working with NHS, and you can look for their vacancies, what vacancies they've got available. But with hospitals, like I said, you need to find your local hospital. Just Google the name of your hospital which is nearby, and just click on the option where you can see the vacancies. This is one option. The second option that you can apply for the job within the organization, within the NHS, is like looking for a job with NHS track job. That's the name of the website. Again, what you need to do, just Google NHS track job, and then on the top of the website will ask you for the specific characteristic that you're looking, like location, where you are looking for a job, within how many miles you are willing to travel, what kind of job you're looking. Are you looking for a job as a healthcare assistant, support worker, like what exactly you're looking for? What is your payment that you're willing to receive? Flexibility. Are you looking for full-time job, part-time job? Are you looking for day shifts, night shifts? Like everything that you have in your mind as a characteristic that you are looking for, you can put on the website. And then obvious ones, when you filter your criteria, will give you opportunity to see how many vacancies within your area you can apply. Very similar is the same with the next website, which is called NHS job website. Actually, I just want to tell you that these three options for applying for a job are like very much live. That means everything that you see on these three options, is exactly what the hospital is providing as a advertising. On each website, you can, like NHS track and NHS job website, like I said, you can just put your preferences of what kind of opportunities you want to apply. And you can filter according to your preference. When with the local organization or the local website, the hospital direct website, when you click on the healthcare assistant job, will give you every single vacancies available within that organization. You're not going to be able to see what other organization advertising the healthcare assistant job. That's pretty much about how you can apply for a job. And when the other things I just mentioned earlier, if you want to apply for permanent job or full-time job or part-time job, obviously, within full-time job, this is like kind of the permanent job. We're talking about the type of position. Permanent job, you can apply for permanent job or you can apply for bank. Bank is not part-time job. I'm just going to clarify it a little bit more about this. Now, permanent job, what does it mean? Permanent job, you have opportunity, you're working like a permanent staff for that organization. This can be a full-time, which within the NHS is 37.5 hours. This is the full-time. That means you have to cover for the month, you have to cover 150 hours employment, which is 37.5 hours per week. But also, as a permanent part of the job, you can have part-time job. Still permanent job, but part-time. What does it mean? That means you are not able to work 37.5 hours, but you need to clarify it on your application form how many hours you are willing to cover for like working better. Obviously, some of the students, they have this limitation of working hours. I know that some of the students, if you're already at uni, sponsored by the university, if you're a student, you can cover only 20 hours per week. That you need to specify it in your job application form. But you still can be permanent working within the organization for 20 hours as a student. Or, for example, you can work only 2 shifts per week. That's going to make you like permanent part-time worker, permanent part-time staff. cover 23 hours, or you can cover 30 hours or 34 hours, like whatever is suitable for you. You just have to mention this on your application form, and especially if you're selected, you still have to mention this on your interview when you're going for your interview. Why I'm saying that is very important for you to mention your application form, because obviously, most of the time the employer is looking for full-time positions, permanent full-time position. Sometimes if the employer is looking for part-time, like specific hours, that's going to be mentioned on your job description. That's why when you're looking for job, please don't just look the main title advertising on the job description. Open the whole actually advert and just look for every specific information mentioned on the advert. Like if they're looking for permanent staff, full-time staff, part-time staff, or even sometimes they can mention if the job is permanent or secondment. That means it's for some time that they're looking for staff, like for example, maternity cover or sickness cover or long sabbatical leave cover. Could be just for few months job. What I mean when I'm talking about bank is actually again very flexible opportunity for people who are not able to commit fully to the hospital or any employer opportunity. That means you can apply for a job. It's more flexible job. It's like you don't belong to any team specifically. You belong to the organization, but you don't belong to a team. You'll be able, if you're successful with the bank position interview, that means you're going to be able to choose when you want to work, where you want to work. You're going to be able to book your own shifts, whatever is suitable for you. Just bear in mind that sometimes, for example, you book a shift for my department, but then if my next door department is shorter by staff than me, you can be moved to work. You don't have this belongings to a team. You work in different departments, and depends on like how short the departments are. You can be moved from one department to another department. Bank shifts is very good for people who at uni, because actually that's giving them opportunity to work within their university schedule. Like for example, if you have a sessions, you have to be at uni Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and you are able to work only Saturday and Sunday. Bank is a better opportunity, because then you can choose your shifts when you want to work Saturday, Sunday, long days or night shifts. When we did with the permanent job, if you just can please mute yourself. With the bank, it's going to give you more flexibility. With the permanent, you're not going to have this flexibility of working when you want to work, because even if you work only 2 shifts per week, there's no much employers, work managers, they will tell you, yes, I can give you shift only Saturday and Sunday. Usually the shifts will be covered according to the work needs. That's why you have to think of like what exactly is more suitable for you. Are you looking for permanent job, or are you looking for bank opportunities job? Like I said, permanent job can be full-time, could be part-time, could be secondment, or could be like a full-time recruitment job. That's why you have to be very specific what exactly you want to apply for. And when you're looking for the advert, specific if do you actually, everything that is mentioned in the job advertisement process is actually covering what you really want to do for in future. If you have any questions, please, like I said, you can write on the bottom on the chat box. But also after the next session, we will have some opportunity for you to ask questions as well. We're going to move on the application form, because I think this is one of the places where I'm not saying 100%, but at least 80% of the people are failing. Then the people are asking themselves a question. I've completed my application form. I didn't hear anything from the employer. Why this happening? Why I'm not contacted by the employer? Why I'm not giving opportunity to go for interview? Probably the first question, the first answer for this question is like because you didn't complete your application form correctly. The application form for NHS is quite long. I think it's 15 pages. It's a lot of information that you have to submit, but we're going to pay attention on most important parts of the application form. The first one that you have to write is your qualification. When we talk about the qualification, that doesn't mean I have NVQ, I have this, I have that. You have to start from your very first, like, I'm not asking, we're not looking like when you started school from the first year at school. We're looking more of like what is your secondary and college qualification. Obviously, from the people coming from a different country, what is the equivalent of your final part of the qualification. If you have like any previous university experience, that's the place where you need to write your qualification. Like people who have equivalent of GCSEs or any other part of like qualification, that's the place where you have to write, like, where did you qualify, which country did you qualify, what year did you qualify, what is your specialty of after your qualification. Like, for example, I've studied previously in my country criminology, and I have diploma of criminology or whatever. All this, even if it's not healthcare sector, healthcare related, you still have to write everything that you is part of your qualification. The second part of your application forms is your training. What does it mean about training? Talking about the training, obviously as an employer, we're looking about everything and anything. You can have a qualification as a hairdresser, that's fine, you can write that. Obviously, especially if you never had the experience working in the healthcare sector, probably your qualification will not be, your training is not going to be related to the healthcare sector, but anything that you achieve as a training, you've done in your life as a training, you can add this to your application form. When we're talking about the application form, I just want to, when we're talking about the trainings, I just want to give you some very brief examples of what you can mention in your trainings experience. Like, for example, if you have any IT training that you complete, like you have IT skills, this is the place you need to mention about that, because obviously, with the new technology coming to any sector of the employment, people are very willing, to employ people with the IT skills. If you have any, what you call customer service skills, if you've done any customer service trainings in the past, this is the place where you have to write your trainings. Or in the past, if you by any chance you've done any moving and handling training, everything that is more the healthcare orientated, you can add this in your training section. Please include as much as trainings possible. Even if you think that probably the people will be boring of reading your trainings experience, please don't even think about this. Just write as much as possible. The employer probably will think that, I don't care about their hairdresser experience, but actually giving them opportunity to see that you had the experience by working with people. That's why anything and everything, just write in your training part of the application. The next part of the application is the professional experience. And you can see there I said at least for 5 years. Why did I say that? It's actually because some of the application form, this is like a requirement. I'm not saying that all the application forms, especially people who are coming from countries where they don't have previous working experience, that doesn't mean you don't have to apply for this job. A recommendation is usually for you to write your professional experience for 5 years, but obviously if you have experience for 2 years, that's not a big deal. You still have to write your experience, professional experience. Usually the application forms always give you like a guidance how you can complete your working experience, professional experience. Most of the application form, they start from the most recent one. That means you have to start from the one that you employed or you just left. And then you have to go back on your professional experience, data. What you need to write on your professional experience, obviously the name of the organization that you worked previously. You need to write from what date you started and what date you finish working there, for how long you've been with the organization. Obviously, if you're still working with the organization, you need to mention this as a present. What else you need to write? You need to write like what was your like very brief description of what was your responsibility and who you reported to. But also you have to mention what is the reason for you leaving already the organization. Like for example, please, when you complete your application form, just don't be very smart. Use words that we don't use in our normal language. Like for example, it's very unacceptable in application form to write, I left my job because I was bored of doing the same things all the time. This is not the way that we have to impress. Even if you didn't like the job because you just found that there was you was doing this job for a very long time and you just didn't want to do this anymore, there's a different way for you to express this on your application form. For example, you can write, I'm looking for new challenges. I was looking for new challenges, or I was looking for career progression, or you can write, for example, I'm motivated and I'm open for new experience. Just don't write, I was bored and I didn't want to do this anymore. What else? Like I said, you have to mention about very briefly about your job responsibility there, because what the employee is looking for within the NHS you're looking for, if there is anything from your previous experience that can help you to start your new job, if you're successful to start your new job with less induction, less trainings, less support from the team, how actually quick you can start doing your job independently. That's main reason for your job, your responsibility to mention there. And then for part of our, sorry, Jensen, did you say anything?
Oh, sorry, I was just reading some of the messages. My mistake, sorry.
Sorry, it's okay. And then the fourth part of our application form is the employment gaps. What does it mean? We know it's normal in our working experience sometimes to have a gap, like for different reasons. On your application form, you have to be completely honest, like to mention about your employment gaps. Could be a different reason. Please write the reason, like for example, illness, bereavement, just anything that actually cause gaps. Even traveling, like for example, especially the young people, I've noticed that they are very open, to have some traveling experience before they fully commit to their next job opportunities. Just write any employment gaps and what's the reason for these employment gaps. Like, for example, I just want to give you a very brief example. I think 2 years ago, I was advertising a job for healthcare assistant. And when I was reading one of the application form, I've noticed that one of the lady applying for the job, I mean, that time I presume that was a lady, she mentioned that she had 2 years gap of employment gap. And when I started reading the job description a little bit in more details, I found that actually she went through she was very into patients' healthcare. She had a lot of healthcare experience and she was very much orientated, working with people. But she had a very personal reason to have a gap employment because she became a mother and then she found that her child became very unwell. Unfortunately, the child passed away and she took quite a long time to grieve and to recover mentally of such a difficult, shocking situation. But when I was reading the whole situation, I said, you know what, actually, this lady really needs a chance, somebody to give her a chance, somebody to give her a hand, just to support her in her next step, because otherwise she'll be just staying at home and just going deep in her, with her problems and just thinking of, she needed somebody to give her hand and just to help her to come out of this closing gap, of her life. That's why it's very important for you to mention and to be open and honest of like the reason of your employment gaps. And the last part of our application form, which we're going to pay a lot of attention on, is the personal statement. Wait a minute, some personal statement. Personal statement is the most important part of your application. This is the place where actually every single employer is reading this very carefully. I've been involved in the recruitment process many times, and I have to be completely honest that most of the time when I'm reading the job description, the whole application form, I'm just looking very briefly on the rest of the information, but I'm paying a lot of attention on the personal statement. Why? Because actually, I want to see the person behind this form. Just to let you know that the forms, the application forms, they are anonymous. I cannot see names, I cannot see pictures, I cannot see age, I cannot see anything of your personality. The personal statement is the place where I can see who is actually applying for the job. This is the place where I need to see you as a person, you as a job seeker. I need to see you as in your willingness to apply for this job. I want to see you behind the application form. This is the place where actually you need to sell yourself. There is a lot of tricks that you need to, like usually the people see the personal statement and they decide to write 2 lines, 3 lines, or like probably about 5, 6, 7 sentences there. This is the place when I'm not joking. If you want, you can write a poem there, a novel. You can write as much as you want, as longer everything that you include there is will discover you as a person. I'm not saying you as a person with qualifications. I'm talking for you as a person. That means your personality, your personal characteristic. Also, you need to talk a lot, you need to write a lot about your skills, like and how these skills can contribute to the job you're applying for. But also you need to write any achievement, like anything that you achieve in your life. This is the place where you have to write all this stuff. When we talk about personal characteristic, what is very important for you to think and to make sure that you mentioned in your personal statement is like, what is about you, everything about you. Like, for example, every employer, every work manager, every person who is looking for staff, they're very keen to see words like you are enthusiastic, you are energetic, you are ambitious, you are team orientated, you are respectful, you are a team player, like you are very much team orientated, you are reliable, like, because this is very important for them to see actually how much you be committed to the job you're applying for. The people want to see that you are passionate about what you're doing. The people want to see that you're confident, that you have the skills and the knowledge to apply for this position, that you'll be able to actually fulfill the duties of this position. The employer likes to hear that you're open and honest, because that means if something happens, you're not going to go behind, you're not going to try to hide things happening, things going wrong within the organization, but you will be open and honest to admit if you made a mistake. But also, if you're open and honest, that means you're looking for advice, you're looking for help, you're looking for somebody to support you when you don't know what exactly you need to do in different situations. The employer likes to hear that you are loyal. That means they will, if you prove that in your personal statement that you've been loyal to your previous place, previous organization, whatever, they will think like, you know what, I want this person because he's been working for the previous organization for 7 years. That means he's going to be loyal to me. He's going to work for another 7 years within my organization, because we want the people to stay within the team longer, not for somebody to come on after 3 months to decide to change their mind and to go to look for a job somewhere else. We like to hear words like I'm creative, like, because obviously, creativity, that means will show that you're open for new challenges, but you're open for new changes as well. You accept changes easily, but also you're open to initiate some more changes within the organization, which can help, the working structure. We as a employer, we like to hear words within this personal statement that you're initiative, because that means you are not waiting. You just don't follow only rules and somebody to tell you what exactly you need to do. You've got opinion and you're actually initiative. If you know that this initiative things that needs to be implemented can help the staff, but also can help the people that you're working with. We like to see that actually as a person you're positive, you're friendly, you're cheerful, because all this will show the employer that you're looking to create a positive and friendly atmosphere at work. You're not a challenging person, and you are very keen to work very well within the team, supporting others and share your knowledge and your skills with others as well. We like to hear that you are very calm and you're kind and calm. That actually will show the employer that you're very well organized and you are able to work under pressure. That's something that the employer would like to hear as well, that you can work under pressure. The employer likes to hear that you're very organized, because that means the employer will know that actually you can prioritize your jobs, your task. Everything that will describe you as a person needs to be included as a personal characteristic in your personal statement. Everything that can come to your mind and can describe you as a person, you need to mention in your job description as a personal characteristic. You can give some examples from your previous experience. Please do not, if you want to mention about 10, 11 personal characteristics which describe you as a person, please don't give about 10, 11 examples, because you're going to be completely lost in your application form. Give 1 or 2 examples of some of these characteristics, but they have to be very structural, just to give an opportunity for the employer to see, yes, you said that you're loyal, for example, but what does it mean? How did you put this loyalty within the practice? You say that, for example, you're very well organized, but what does it mean? How did you put this well organized skills within your previous working experience, and how this is going to contribute to their team as well? When we talk about skills, it's very important for you to mention everything that you have already developed as a skills, as a person, as a personal skills within your previous working experience from school, or from any other places where you've been. For example, you can say that you've got a very good listening skills, you have a very good effective communication skills. That's going to show the employer that actually you are able to communicate effectively within the team, but also you're open to listen about what changes need to be implemented, and you're actually able to follow the rules. You can mention in your application form within the skills section that you are able to work under pressure, and you're able to take the correct decision, right decision. That will show, because obviously now you know that the NHS, most of the places that you probably going to work, because it's their acute settings, acute areas, you work under pressure most of the time. That's why the employer wants to see as a skills how you're going to handle stress, how you're going to handle pressure, and are you going to be able to make a correct decision, or you can make a big mistakes. Again, give some examples. If you mentioned quite a few skills, don't give examples for every single skills that you want to mention. Just pick the one that actually are with very positive outcome, if that makes sense. When we talk about skills, think about your qualification, your training and your qualification that you mentioned earlier in your application form. For example, if you had a personal training skills, completed training already, just see how this training help you to develop your patient, your customers related skills within, and how this help you to improve your service. Mention this please like a part of your, like an outcome of your training. Also, when we talk about skills, just think of any trainings that actually help you've done probably in the past that can help within the healthcare sector. Like, for example, if you've done any moving and handling training before, just like how you have to mention this as a skills. If you've done any record keeping training, especially if you know, like this job will be you need to do some notes, some documentation. how this training can help you to provide the skills that you need for this job. But also, talking about the skills will give a very good opportunity for the employer to see, did actually you check the job description? Because every job advertised is coming on the bottom of the advertise, is coming with recommendation for what skills are essential for the position. And also you have a job description where will be written all the expectation for the job. But you mentioned about your skills that you have as a person, that actually is telling the employer that you already checked the job description and actually you're fully aware of what you're applying for. And you are prepared, mentally you are already prepared that you want this job because of what is written. When we talk about achievements, everything, just one more thing I want to mention about skills is very important for when you talk about skills, is for you to describe what is your personal expectation from the job. Like, for example, why you really want to apply for this job. Like, for example, you have skills to handle pressure, but at the same time, because you have a very high standards of care that you deliver for the people that you're working with, you're not compromise the care regardless of the pressure that at work. You're not compromise your care, your standards of care, and you're happy. You really want the rest of the team to be involved and work under the same standards. When we talk about achievements, please, in this part of your personal statement, please, you need to write about everything that you already achieved in your life. For example, you complete the record keeping training, and as a result of that, you was able to complete, for example, essay about the job that you was doing previously, which was rewarded with whatever reward. Everything that you achieve in your life, please make sure that you write in your personal statement. For example, if you already done your moving and handling training, just think of like, yes, it's essential for the job. This is like part of the skills that is requirement for this job. You can tell them, after I achieve, you can write in your statement, after I complete my moving and handling training, I'm absolutely aware of how safely I can move patient from one place to another place by using the appropriate equipment, and make sure that I'm protecting patient dignity and respect patient rights. That will give the opportunity for the employer to look like, wait a minute, this person, first of all, knows what we're talking about, and secondly, already achieved something which is essential for the job description. That's why every achievement that you already done in your previous experience and your life, please just mention it in your personal statement as well. Like I said, you need to write a lot in the personal statement. Usually when I see a personal statement with 2-3 lines, I'm not interested. I don't want to even to read this. I will be honest with you guys, because actually for me, this is disrespectful. I think that these people didn't pay attention of completing correctly the application form. That's why most of the people applying for a job, they're unsuccessful with the job description. They're not selected. They're not shortlisted for the interview, because actually they didn't do any efforts to complete the application form correctly. That's why, please write. I'm not saying that if you decide to write, stupid and silly things in your personal statement, you're going to be successful. You have to be very structural. You have to be very diplomatic, but at the same time, you have to provide a lot of information for the employer to be able to see you as a person behind the application form. We will. Let me just have a look if I missed something. Yes, I think that's pretty much all about the personal statement. And let me just have a look. Yes. Now I'm just going to give you some opportunity for you to ask questions, and we will talk mainly about the application form. Please if you have any questions about the application form, feel free to put the messages on the group. I mean, on the box, you can just raise your hand and you can ask your question. I will answer as much as I can. Hopefully, it's gonna give some easy questions. But yeah, if you
Dear
if
students, one second. Dear students, it should not be a crowd because I was keep looking at the messages. There were a number of cases. That's why at the very beginning I did say that you need to write down. If you keep texting us, it is no use of texting because at the same time you have multiple things to do. So you will get a time to ask. But in short, okay. But again, you know Welfare Academy's number. Most of you are students, so you have a right to ask. But now let's say Q&A session, okay? About the topic, not about anything else, whatever we had been discussing. Don't bring any question other than that. We have again coming up time. So all those topics, main topics Greta was dealing with, from that angle, you have questions, please come up. Because other topics, other time, please. You can unmute and ask one by one. See, I'm an international while.
if you just
were
can
right.
raise your hand, guys, and then we'll be able to
You can talk.
check the questions.
Okay.
Just, you can see any of the questions, and you can just, if you can see any of the questions in the message box.
Okay. I'm an international student. While mentioning the qualification and application form, should I mention only my bachelor's degree and master's degree that I hold? That's a question. No, really. You can mention, as Greta was mentioning, anything relevant for the post. Anything relevant for the post. As for example, you got some experience in health and safety, even in the UK or in outside the UK. I mean, that's something relevant for the post that'll be valid.
Yes, you can write all your qualification. You can write, like I said, even if like Jensen related to the job, but obviously, if that is your qualification, like for example, if you have a bachelor from pharmacy or criminology or anything else, you can write. You have to write your qualification, because on the end, your qualification is what you study in your country or here in UK, like what is your qualification? Everything that is equivalent, because they want to see when we talk about the interview process, like the preparation of the interview process, they want to see what is actually your graduation stage. Because some people never been to school, when you go for the interview, there is a part of test, like math and literacy test. How are you going to answer this question? How are you going to do your test if you're not able to read, to understand the questions, and you answer, to do the calculations and to answer the questions correctly? That's why they want, actually, the panel, the people, the employer wants to see what is your qualification stage process. Like, for example, yes, they'll be very impressed if you have a qualification 4 or 5 bachelor degree or diplomas from some other
hello, Greta.
Mainly will be
Greta, there is a student waiting for long, Mr. Jeevan, I believe. Yeah, go ahead, Jeevan.
Hi, Greta. Hi, Jensen. Thank you for giving an opportunity here in this workshop. I am a graduate, and I'll make it short. I've been applying in NHS like more than a year now. I applied for Wharton, ITU, like whatever in L&D alone. So I last Greta mentioned in this, she said that like a lot of them tried reaching her before Wharton was recruiting. Even I was one of them. I reached her. I'm just making it short. But what I'm saying is, like, I filled all the details in track. Like I said, I have been applying for 1 year. I met the HR department, what mistake I have done. They even told me the same, what Greta was saying. I filled in all the details, and like in the end, I get an email saying that there was a lot of applicants being applying to this, so you are not shortlisted. That's what the HR says. That's what I get an email in the end for all of them. Most of the time, like I said, I've been applying for more than a year now. So I fill it all correctly, and I'm looking for how to get shortlisted, for an interview.
Yeah,
something
let
like
me just explain. Thank you very much. I really like this question. That's actually a very relevant question because yes, sometimes people think that they complete everything correctly. They put a lot of information, and they're still not successful. Yeah, just let me just clarify something before we continue with the interview process. Sometimes, yes, you think that you complete everything correctly, but it depends like what other people apply for the job. Because, for example, if you have 5 candidates applying for the job, and some of the other candidates have covered more of the criteria that is essential for the job description, for the job, like the job description, they will be selected. Like, for example, if you're applying for the job and you never had a healthcare experience before, and there's another 4 people who worked previously as a healthcare assistant, obviously, because they cover the criteria more than you're covering the criteria, they will be shortlisted, and probably you're not going to be shortlisted. I'm not saying that when you complete the application form 100% with all the information that we're talking about, you still will be 100% successful. For
That's of course
it mainly depends on it was just your luck that you're applying with people who have previous experience working within the healthcare organization or previous experience as a healthcare assistant, because obviously, the employer looking, like I said earlier, you're looking for how less these people can support it and be inducted when they start working within the organization.
Yes, Greta, I get it. I'm more asking questions. Just one more thing, like the recruitment mostly they choose the spouse instead of international student or a graduate who is available to work full time. Even when I checked with the HR, I spoke to Don Creston, I guess. What they are looking mostly is who works as nurses, the nurses' spouses. They're looking for nurses' spouses to work as a band 2 HCA or a assistant. Most of them, like even if you see Ward 10, most of them got recruited. Like the recruiter, they recruited the 7 new members, I guess. And my application is still open for Ward 10, and it's not closed, but the recruitment is closed. So I don't know how, but only the person who mostly is recruited is mostly spouses of the nurses who's working in most of the wards in L&D. Just an example for just NHS L&D hospital.
Yes. When did you apply last for job in L&D?
Like 1 week back. There was a porter open for NHS band 3. Even that was a spouse got recruited. Even that one is open for me now, but the person is recruited.
Okay. Just let me explain. Yes, the NHS is mainly looking for nursing position, because if I have to be completely honest, until recently, NHS was not supporting healthcare assistant, especially for the international students coming from abroad, looking for sponsorship opportunity. NHS was not in the position, to offer sponsorship. Recently, I think a year ago, the NHS started to support healthcare assistants as well, and to sponsor them for a visa. That's why at the moment the applicants that are applying for a job as a healthcare assistant within the NHS organizations are massive. If I have to be completely honest, I'm like I said, our workshop is not going to guarantee 100% you being successful for the position. But mainly, my personal advice is just keep trying. Like, if, for example, if you applied already for job within the L&D organization, and you haven't been successful for quite a few opportunities, please drop an email to Jensen, and then he can pass some more information about your applications form, and I will see what I can do, just if I can support you, just to see if there's what exactly is the problem with your application forms and what's the reason that you haven't been selected for your positions. Just drop an email to Jensen after that.
Sure
I
thing,
have a
Greta.
question.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
That was so
Can I?
helpful. I'll reach Jensen.
Sorry, I have a
Madam.
question, a small question.
Yeah.
Hello. Actually, I worked as a HCA in St. George Hospital, NHS. I left NHS because of sponsorship. They're not gonna sponsor for the HCAs who are belongs to different background, a different background. And now I got a sponsorship in a private healthcare sector. Still, I want to rejoin in NHS. I mean, if I want to rejoin in NHS, what's the process? Is there any other way?
Like I said, if you're sponsored by a different organization,
Okay.
your option is for you to join the NHS as a bank staff.
Okay.
When we were talking earlier about the different types of employment, probably you can ask because obviously you complete your working hours, requirement hours within your main organization, the one who is sponsoring you, but you can work additional hours within the NHS. Like what you need to do is just to find which hospital is local to you, and then you can just register as a bank healthcare assistant. Yeah, and that will give you some opportunity. And obvious, once when you start working as a bank healthcare assistant, you can just ask the question again, because I think now most of the hospitals, not every single hospital, but most of the NHS hospitals start sponsoring healthcare assistant, for visa as well. That's why once when you join them as a healthcare assistant, as a bank healthcare assistant, you need to find out like how you can transfer your sponsorship from one organization to another organization. I'm not quite expert of the visas opportunities for the healthcare assistant, but I know that for sure that now most of the hospitals, most of the NHS trust they're supporting healthcare assistant for their sponsorship.
Okay. At that time, how many applications? How many positions I can apply for as a healthcare assistant?
As a bank?
Whatever, yeah, as the bank or else already I applied for a bank. Actually, I got a permission from my manager. Okay, he's allowed to do as a bank. Already I left bank when I was doing as a permanent. I was doing a bank as well, and when I left NHS, they transferred me. My manager gave me a permission to do as a bank. They informed them as well. The process was going on. It's been almost more than 2 months ago. It's been almost 2 months, but still I'm waiting for the confirmation, but I haven't got a confirmation from them. And at the same time, what I'm looking for, when I was working here, I want to apply for the position who can sponsor me. I mean, for the other trust who can sponsor me.
I'm just sorry to disturb you, but I think I'm not quite expert of if you can transfer your sponsorship from one organization to another organization. Probably you just can discuss this with your current manager, the one you're working for, the one who is sponsoring you now. But also you need to question, your local hospitals just to just send them an email to HR with question, just clarification if you can transfer, if they're actually sponsoring, staff from other countries. But also how you can transfer your sponsorship from one organization to another organization. I'm not quite expert, to answer these questions. This question, sorry.
Okay, and a small thing. Sorry, how can I find the open day interview dates easily?
Usually, with the NHS, usually once when they put their advertise, they advertise generic healthcare assistant job.
Okay.
You can look on their local websites. Usually those generic campaigns, they are not advertised with the other NHS websites that I mentioned earlier, the NHS job and the track NHS. The generic campaigns are not advertised there because they know that they're going to get a lot of applicants and it will be difficult, to do the selection. That's why the generic campaign is usually closed for the local organization website only. That's why you just have to look for, on the local.
How can I find the local organization website? Actually,
I got the hospital you're working for. Near to your house, nearby. And then you just need to Google the website. Like, for example, in Luton and Dunstable, you just have to write Luton and Dunstable Hospital. And then when you go, you need to find the section for vacancies. Once when you go to the vacancies, and you have to find the nursing and midwifery, and then we'll be able to see actually all the job vacancies in the whole hospital within the nursing positions, nursing and healthcare assistant position. And then you have to look for healthcare assistant generic campaign. Or the other option is just pick up the phone and just call the HR and just ask them, do you have any generic campaign coming soon?
Okay.
I would highly suggest that.
Yeah. I got a job in that way only. I went to open day. Actually, I never have a healthcare experience. I went to open day, and that day I have done my written exam. Done my written exam, and at the same time I've been to interview. I done my 3 rounds of interview. Then after that I got a job.
Thank you, Chandra. Okay, let's move to the next question.
Hi.
Hi, Greta.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. One by
Yeah,
one.
this is Rajeshwari here. And I'm not into healthcare, but since I moved to UK, I have been working as a personal assistant for like a private care homes and a private client. And now recently I graduated in digital marketing. So my motto is I don't want to get into healthcare, but is there any other job in NHS which I can apply for, like apart from the personal assistant? Like administrator job, or maybe any receptionist job?
Yeah, actually, when you go to any, even the websites that I mentioned earlier, like the NHS job and NHS track websites, that's why I said you have to write what job exactly you're looking for. For example, if you say that you're looking for a job as a receptionist or work clerk, discharge officer, you just have to look for, you just have to write like what job you're looking for. Or like I said, you can go to the hospital websites, because when you click on the vacancies, you see the list with all vacancies, including doctors, nurses, pharmacists, but you will see actually what other options you have, like work clerk, discharge officer, receptionist, administrator, all these kind of opportunities there. That's why just find the local hospital within your area and just look what is available there. And keep looking, because sometimes, like for example, if you decide to check today, probably will be nothing available, but next week probably something will be available. That's why I just keep looking for job opportunities.
Is there any chances of accepting application who is a non-healthcare person? Like, I'm not into a healthcare background, but I have like a year of experience. So is there any chance of accepting my application if I apply for?
Yes, of course. I mean, like I said, we spoke earlier with, I think it was Jivan, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Just keep looking for a job and keep applying. On the end, it doesn't mean from the first time when you apply for a job, you're going to be successful. Like I said earlier, depends of like how many people apply for that for that particular position and what experience they had to offer, previously. That's why just keep applying, keep just looking, and just.
Greta, I think you can take a rest because you are.
Please go on. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
No worries. I'll be here anyway. Just a second, because anyway, those who want to ask, keep asking. If I can manage, I will manage. Greta, you can mute. You can have some.
Thank you very much.
Now, related to the question, see, towards the end of this program, we have some candidates coming up and joining you. They are the people, even the answer to your question, there is one or two without any experience, they joined, they got it. Okay, they got it. Some of them, they had been undergoing some training, like as Greta was mentioning, like a moving and handling or care we call it care certification. Care certification program is something like a 15 care standards. Dear students, I think let me talk a bit. This is something may be helpful for you. You're at home, you can have your lunch by the time. I don't want to kind of waste the time. Now, all you want to do is for the newcomers, like for the freshers, I would highly suggest to stick with some training, at least some training. For example, level 2 training, level 3 training, kind of trainings. So that as Greta was mentioning, when they look at your qualification side, even if you don't have, according to your personal statement, according to your strength, according to their necessity, they would take it up. Okay, but if you're in UK, I would highly suggest go through some of the trainings. So, for example, towards the end, there are people coming up, their testimonials will be explained. So most of them go at least a 2-day or 1-day training. So that will, while preparing a kind of a post, kind of a application, they can prepare, as she said, I know how to move a patient safely due to this act I learned, or due to this legislation procedure I learned. So some kind of informative. So when a ward manager look into it, definitely that will be an add-on sessions. Okay, add-on session. So something like, I was never into a recruitment side of it, but again, I was working with NHS, so I know it. How does it work? Like a way of management side. So again, apart from the care assistant job, there are plenty of other vacancies. For example, today there will be a testimony from a particular person. His wife applied for a post of administration or HR, but though a little late, but she got it. Okay, but at the same time, she got another opportunity. So, So, nevertheless, you got experience or not? Yeah,
I can give you one message. For admin position, most of the admin position is not easy to get admin positions. So why I'm saying this? Inside the NHS, they will prefer only the people who are working in NHS as a healthcare assistant. Why they prefer? The internal transfer. They prefer admin jobs who is working as a healthcare assistant for a while, like 1 year or 2 years. They do prefer. They will give first priority for those people who are working as a healthcare assistant. Then after they will give for the new people. Most of the time it's not easy. I mean, according to my experience.
Chandrasekhar, that's a brilliant answer, but that's something like, again, it should not be a negative answer. So because I just wanted to inform you, because most of you are my students, many of them, I would say most of you. So let me help you. Many of you know Arisa Hussain from one of my staff. She hadn't any experience other than administration work at Welfare Academy. So she is at NHS Hospital as an admin now. Okay, one example. Now, second, today. So she hadn't any experience. She was one of the just master student, but she got an work. So she'll be joining towards the end. So when you look at that application, see there are multiple things that you are supposed to look. When you look at a care assistant post, that may be demanding because there are something they are expecting from us. I mean, an applicant. So when they come, that compliance part is met, you're done. For example, as you said, I've completed all my part, 1, 2, 3 part. Then why I haven't received? Because there was one more candidate who was excellent in it. Okay, let me give you one example. This particular individual is not joining. I asked him to join because of some reason he wasn't able to. Now, this candidate was one of the excellent candidates from Welfare Academy on level 3. Now, he was asked to get a work permit position. But there was only one position for that ward. Everything, even the ward manager know him for again around 6 months time. Okay, he's working another, but he was rejected. The person who got, he's from Welfare Academy itself. So that particular person has got very less experience in NHS, neither in healthcare. So the performance line of your interview is one of the factors. So how well you perform. See, XYZ, Chandrasekhar and the students, you guys very well aware how we prepare, isn't it? How we prepare. And that little time and space make sometime twist everything. Because of course, I do agree with Chandrasekhar, your position. If there is internal transfer, when you look at the overall idea, so I know X, Y, Z, so there is a more possible chance. But I wouldn't say that will be the only chance. The person who prefer, see, when this is the same thing as privatization. When you look at ward manager Greta, she need not a brother, not a sister, but again a person to work. So when they look, okay, there is some extra quality, then there will be a mismatch. Okay, I know him, but again there is an extra person came up. So I think there is something we may have to train. If anyone wants a one-to-one training, we welcome you. Seriously, because I need my students to get into NHS for sure. I'm so happy, Chandra, you're with the NHS. I'm really happy. Okay, many of you are, because it's a fight time. Fight. Yeah. Again, any questions?
Yeah, I'm a physiotherapist by profession. The one of the things that I've constantly seen, I'm still a student. I'm a physiotherapy student. Because of overqualification, some band 2, band 3 level jobs like healthcare assistant job or an assistant physiotherapy job is also getting rejected because of overqualification. Like when we are stating we are a master's level student, or for healthcare assistants, when we are stating I'm a physiotherapist, the jobs are getting rejected. The applications are getting rejected. So how can we tackle the application forms in that?
Let me just
Greta will be good.
answer.
Shall I repeat the question again?
No, I was here. I was listening to the question. Actually, you can apply. You can apply for whatever job you want. That's only because you are qualified for the position that you're applying. That doesn't mean this can stop you from applying for the job. Let me just tell you that 2-3 months ago, I interviewed a doctor for a healthcare assistant job. He was from Pakistan, and he was applying for a healthcare assistant job because obviously he was new to the country. He wanted to orientate to the social life, the background, just to get some more experience, to settle within the country. But obviously, somebody has to pay the bills. That's why he was applying for healthcare assistant job. Obviously, he had a plan. He was very open and honest during the interview process that he's planning, after he settled, with the language and with the culture, he's planning to make his way to become a doctor in UK, which is absolutely fine. I mean, we don't have a problem with that because obviously, as a staff, we are looking how we can support and how we can encourage people to develop themselves, especially the young people. That's why even if you think that you are overqualified for the position, you still can apply if you want to start from somewhere, and obviously you can make your way. Once when you are within the NHS sector, it's more easy for you to find like what else you can do to achieve your dream job, or whatever job you already qualified for. How you can achieve this within the NHS settings.
But while we are applying for example, for a healthcare assistant job, do I have to mention that I'm a physiotherapist, bachelor's degree, and with a master's degree?
Yeah, you can do that. Actually,
but still, because of bachelor's and master's degree, the applications are getting rejected. That's what my query was.
I'm not sure.
How can we discover the problem?
I'm not sure actually why your application form has been rejected because of your qualifications. That doesn't make sense for me. I never heard applications, to be rejected because of over qualification.
Can I just involve in this? I'm sorry. There are situations that the students may get overqualification. There are some statements they create. But however, what Greta is telling is like that overqualification is not one of the measure to suspend you from that application, filling the application. But again, it's all about their trust or the manager's policy. For example, Greta started her life from the bottom line. For example, she was like, I'm sorry, you did explain, I think so, isn't it? So she started from that ground level. Though she's from nurse back home, but she started from a cleaning level to management side and to recruitment. So there is but always she didn't hide. I don't think so. She was hiding her position. So if that was an overqualification, she wouldn't get a cleaner job. Okay, so this is something like I mean, even I did my personal cleaner job. So this was not to be honest, it's not a measure, but some cases, yes, they do mention. Again, it's up to ward, up to ward and up to people, I believe so.
All right. There's one more question. I'm a fresher with a very minimum experience. I passed out in 2023. After gaining a 3 months of experience, I'm joining in 2023 September for my master's education. So, like as a fresher, how can I get into and like how can I build up my personal statement, my skills, experience, achievements, like for just a part time? And I'm literally currently very struggling for a part time job as well. Like how can I just build up my personal statement?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure if I heard the question correctly. You were saying that with your qualification, how you can
I'm a fresher. I'm a fresher. With a very minimum experience. 2023 passed out with bachelor's degree, and currently 2023 I joined for my master's level education. How can I just build up my like personal statements with experience, skills, and achievements, everything, so that I can just stand out than any other applicant?
Yeah, obviously, with when you're writing your statement, you have to be very open and honest. Just write everything that you have as a skills, as a knowledge, as a personal characteristic. Even your qualification, if your qualification is showing that your qualification is in different area of what you're applying for, probably you need to be focused more on your personal characteristic, like what actually, even your qualification, how you build in your personal characteristic. Like, for example, what make you, how to explain, what make you suitable for the position that you're applying. For example, just focus more on what you as a person. Obviously, all this qualification that you have and all this study that you have, it make you strong and able to work under pressure and able to make you are able to take right decisions, make you very organized with excellent communication, listening, and writing skills. Just focus on what actually you managed to achieve as a personal characteristic based on all your study, because sometimes when the people are completing, I have to be honest with you guys, sometimes when the people are completing their application forms, especially if they are overqualified, the application form sound a little bit arrogant, if that makes sense. It's just like you're showing how much you already achieved, but in the same time you want to apply for something like very bottom job. If you want really to be successful with your application form, just focus on like how humble you're with your application form and how much actually you are still willing to invest within the team that you want to start, like your future team, future job opportunity. Just focus on like all this hard study and all your study experience, like what helped you to achieve as a person. Like I said, sometimes the application form depends of how the people present their qualification and all their studies and all this stuff sound a little bit aggressive, if that makes sense. That's why sometimes when the managers or the employer, when they read the application form, they can start like, well, wait a minute, do I really need this person? Showing me all the time she's more than me and she's just like more qualified. And, you have to be really keeping the tone on your application form. Yes, show who you are as a person, but show the correct person that is need for this position. Show that you're humble and you're still willing to learn and you're still willing, to take every opportunity to develop yourself and to learn new skills and new knowledge. If that makes sense.
Yeah. And like while building up the personal statement, you have noted out the 3 points, like personal characteristics, skills, and achievements.
It's not like I'm just sorry to I'll stop you just for a minute. It's not that you have to mention like you have to follow this plan for personal statement. It's good to mention that.
I was just asking, like, is there any like how should we start a personal statement, or how should we end a personal statement? Like, how should we go with the flow,
Like,
in
for
a proper
example,
systematic way?
Greta, can I just interrupt? Because it's a big question. It takes hours. Dear candidate, dear student, thank you so much for asking that question, because it's a massive question. So these three part actually answers that. When I read a paper, I never see you, right? When I read that paper, we should understand you're a simple person, simplified person. I mean, you have the talent, but again, you're willing to work. You have that enthusiasm to work. You have that, gluing nature. For example, you're a person keep jumping 1, 2, 3. Then the person will, the reader. I mean, the reader is the manager who wants the person, isn't it? So she will understand this is kind of a jumpy nature. Again, a person with no experience. Why we take people with no experience? Still very honest. See, some people write, I was a football team captain. I passed the. Do you think that people wouldn't take that will be taken for consideration, because he is genuine to the nature? And again, skill sets. If he got skill set, not directly but connected, something called attitude, that brings the attitude for the caring, then he will look into, okay, this person has been working as a voluntary, which, okay, you will get a testimonial today. A voluntary experience, how a voluntary experienced person get into a job, because they identify the person is good. Now, achievements, maybe a simple achievement. We are not asking about excellencies or simple achievement. So simple as, if you ask us, like, how do we write a thing, that will go wrong, because we can provide you multiple samples. For example, today towards the end, we will set you some samples. So starting, body, conclude. But again, there is a big mistake happening. Most often students will copy that. Then you will fail in, because your job role, we call it essentials and desirables, may not meet with that essentials. So you must weed out your proper essentials and desirables, and do not copy any. So if Greta is going to be presenting one thing, that will be a copyright. So this question has been a challenging question. Thank you.
I just want to add a little bit more to what you're saying. Obviously, there is no structure like how you can start, how you can finish. I usually like to say when I write my statements, I like to start like what I am as a person. Like, for example, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to say, I would like to describe myself like I'm very well organized. I'm able to work under pressure, taking correct decisions. Like, for example, if I have an example, I'm reliable. I'm always ready to go a step ahead, to support the team. I'm very much team-orientated person. For me, the team is everything, because I think as a working within the team, we spend more time together within the team than even with our families. That's why I'm always willing, to help, to support. You can see that like one word is following another word, like one characteristic is following another characteristic. Like, I'm a team player, but I'm very well organized, and I like to work within the team. And the team is very important for me, because actually within the team we can share skills and knowledge. You see, the things is going like a chain. One word is going to another word. It's no structure like how you can complete your personal statement. It's just like you have to think of like how you can mention something about for you as a person, because like Jensen said, you cannot, whoever is checking the application form, they don't see names, they don't see who is applying for the job. Everything that they can see is like what actually you're telling them with this application form. That's why you need to think of like what best will describe you as a person. And on the end, like how to end this application form, I think the best option for you is like to sound a little bit like a standard, but I think that is showing actually the people in the panel doing the shortlisting that actually you are aware of the job description. Usually I like to finish my application personal statement with all my skills and knowledge that I developed within the years, and looking at the job description, I feel like I've got the skills and knowledge that are essential for the job description, and I can fulfill the duties requirement for the job description. It's just like very briefly, you check what you're applying, you know what you're applying for, and actually you think that you're the right person. That's something that you need to finish your applications. Actually, you're confident that you have the knowledge and the skills to be the successful one, the right candidate for this position.
Okay.
I think I'm really sorry to say that, but I think probably I'm going to give you another 5 minutes, for some questions. I can see somebody called Maya. Oh, sorry, I'm so bad with the names. I'm so sorry.
Hello. I just had NHS interview a few months ago, six months ago, and after that, whenever I apply for NHS, I just got one email. Unfortunately, maybe they're blacklisted or they are not. They never give me opportunity after that.
No, unfortunately, there is no blocking within the with application forms. Everyone can apply. Like I said, the people applying. Don't forget that when you're applying for a job, the people cannot see who is applying for the job. You can mention whatever you want in your application form, but the people cannot see who is the person applying for the job. Like I said, especially with within the healthcare sector, because most of the NHS organization, they're doing their own generic campaign. That's why sometimes it's very difficult to to get staff. Most of the people think that they're blocked or they're not successful because they don't want them. The people feel a little bit that rejected because of unsuccessful application quite a few times. My personal advice is keep applying. The people cannot see who is applying and how many people you apply for that position. My personal advice is just try to change something on the application form, because probably there's something that was not quite right on the previous application form. But also, my other question, what I wanted to say, my other things is like, they cannot block you. Just keep applying for the job. The only problem with the healthcare assistant job, because it's actually quite desirable job, like everyone can apply with or without experience. Actually, everyone can apply for this job. That's why I was really shocked when for one of my position was like for less than 10 hours, I had 64 application forms. Like I said, a lot of phone calls and a lot of emails sent, to me with them, people trying to apply for the job. Can you imagine if I have to, usually the jobs for nurses job and any other qualification job, the job can be open for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks sometime. Can you imagine if I have to leave my job open for 3 weeks, I'm going to have 1,000 application forms. I know this is a time for the work manager and whoever else is checking the application forms to go through every single application form. Like I said, each application form is 15 pages. That's why when you see that you've got a lot of application form, the job can be closed. Like Javin, sorry, I forgot your name earlier.
It's Jeevan.
Jeevan, sorry. Like I said, I'm very bad with the names. I'm so sorry for that. But the people applying, and sometimes they're not shortlisted because of different reasons. And also, I just wanted to mention, probably I should mention this in the beginning, when you're doing the shortlisting, it's not only one manager shortlisting the applicants. For example, I don't know if when you're applying for the job, for the people who have experience to apply for the job, they always see that there's 2 people doing the shortlisting, there is 2 people in the panel. That means all the applications goes to minimum 2 people. That's why, for example, if I'm looking for something, probably my other colleague is looking for something completely different. That's why I can be shortlisting these 10 particular people, but my colleague can shortlist another 10 people, and then we come to the agreement of like who is going to be actually invited to the interview, because obviously we cannot invite 64 people for one position only, isn't it? That's why it's difficult. I know it's a very challenging, especially healthcare assistant job is extremely challenging position. That's probably one of the most difficult position to apply within the NHS, only because there is a lot of people applying for the position. I have to be honest, when I'm putting job for nurses, I've got no more than two candidates, even sometimes 0 candidates. For healthcare system, it's just unbelievable amount of people applying for the positions. I generally believe that if you just contact directly the hospital and you ask them if they can send you a date for their generic campaign, probably will be better opportunity, because you maybe have more opportunities for you to be selected for the position instead of applying through the NHS websites. One more thing, if you have opportunity to start as a bank, it's better because you were already within the organization, and then it will be much easier for you to transfer your contract to a permanent if you find any vacancies available.
Thank you so
Adding
much.
to that, Greta's point, dear welfare, we call welfare aides or welfare students. See, we will help you if there are opportunities on kind of a walking interview, something like we come to know, we will publish in our site. You are familiar with our character. In our YouTube channel, we will, for example, last week we had around 20 vacancies in care settings. So we just publish it. I mean, first come, first served. So it's not even a single pound required. All you want to do, go and apply. Okay, because this is both and we are achieving. Thank you so much. All you want to go through our YouTube channel and because it is impossible for me or any of our staff to call you guys and say, for example, when the last time when there was an opportunity and just we published it, but very less students got it. When rest of them walk in interview, not in Dunstable Hospital, it was in NHS Trust in Dunstable, St. Thomas. We can take one more question, then we'll go to the topic.
Hi. So I have a question, like in reference section, do we have to mention the reference of the person where we have worked previously, or do we have to mention any person that we know who is working on NHS?
Sorry, I didn't hear. What did you ask exactly? Where about the reference? Did you say that?
So yeah, in reference section, do we have to mention the reference of the person where we have worked previously, or do we have to mention any person that we know who is working on NHS?
Okay. Now, when we talk about the references, please follow my advice. Just provide people who can give you reference as soon as possible, because, for example, if you are selected for the interview and you are successful on the interview, a lot of people are failing because of their details provided for the interview, for the reference, sorry. What does it mean? Like, for example, if you write, let's say, somebody who you worked 10 years ago, probably that person doesn't even remember that you work for that organization. You ask them for references and they're not, this is not on their priority list. They're not willing, to answer this references quick. The NHS usually is prompting with quite few emails to the organization, to provide a reference. That doesn't mean they will follow this request. They still can delay the references. And there is a point where the NHS cannot wait anymore for your application form, and they can withdraw your application form because of not completing the reference section. When you're writing the references, when you're putting people to give you a reference, make sure that you give people who knows you well. That doesn't mean it has to be NHS related, healthcare sector related. As long as these people know you as a person, and they can give a positive feedback for you, and they can actually do this as soon as the request has been made.
Yeah, okay. And also, at the start of the application form, we have to select like which visa we are in. So I'm on a graduate visa, but mostly I couldn't find the option in that one, like graduate visa, only a student visa or tier 2 visa. There's only some options.
I think
so which option should I select?
Question better.
Sorry,
Jensen can ask this question better.
I think this graduate visa or skilled visa, there are some restrictions on it, to be honest. That's according to the trust. According to the trust policy, for example, last week we had a interview coming up on Derryford Hospital, Plymouth. So their panel was decided certain visas holders. So it's they will give you an option over there. So if they haven't given, then we don't have an opportunity out there. Okay, it's a trust policy. It varies. That's a reality.
Yes, that's true. But I have a doubt actually. The thing is, when we try to apply, there is two options most of the time. Sometimes the graduate option is available. Sometimes it is like student visa for full-time, student visa part-time. Like there is no option that for a graduate who is looking for a full-time job without a visa or with visa. There is no such options given.
Okay, I would highly suggest you guys see there are some limitation on the system. Let me help you on this. Now, who prepare this thing? At the end, the trust prepare, isn't it? So the trust policy set up, there may not be some options out there. The best thing, if you haven't come across your position in that line, I would highly suggest you to make a phone call. Okay, this is always the best option. You have a choice to inquire about it. For example, if it is Visa's case, I don't think so even Greta or me can answer that element. But let me share you one experience I had. When I was in PSW, I had this issue. So that was Southampton General Hospital. So I keep asking them because I did my master's, I think something dissertation. Before dissertation, I have been into that call in hospital before. So I keep calling them. They didn't pick up. And then I keep emailing them. Finally, I got a result. Yes, PSW person can apply for that position. That was acceptable. So I would highly suggest if you don't identify your application case, for example, that visa status, and you feel like you're eligible for the same because you got the same hours to work, same things, I would highly suggest to call them.
And also,
sure thing, Jensen. Thank you.
Sorry, when we were talking in the beginning about the identification process, like the very first phase of the recruitment process, like this is the organization. Actually, the organization is the one who, let's say, put the restriction within the application form. Like, for example, based on what exactly they're looking for, they put the application with the qualification, skills, characteristic, everything that they're looking for. Like, for example, if they don't want to sponsor the people for visa, there will be restriction. There will be no option for, like, let's say, for example, I've said that most of the NHS organization now, they're sponsoring students for healthcare assistant job. Abroad staff for healthcare assistant job, but some of the organizations still not. That's why. Doesn't mean, like, for example, if you have opportunity to apply in Luton and Dunstable Hospital to be sponsored as a healthcare assistant, you're going to have exactly the same opportunity, for example, in Manchester. I don't know. But usually on the application form, if there is a restriction, could be the reason that you cannot put this as a requirement, if that makes sense. But like Jensen said, obviously we are not experts with all the HR options. That's why if you have any doubts and any questions, just please call them. To be honest, the HR teams are very helpful. Unless if they cannot answer your question, they will be able to give you a guide or just some other contact details where people will be more focused on what will be more expert of your questions. Like, for example, I usually, when I have questions for HR, I'm trying to contact one person in HR. Probably that's not the right person, but this is the only number I know. And he's the one who is contacting me here and there. And then all of a sudden I found that actually there's a visa officer in our hospital. I didn't know. There's so many other people who are actually willing to help.
Sure thing, Greta. Thank you very much.
Hi, Jensen sir. Hi, Greta. This is Sureshini here, sir.
Hi, Sureshini.
Sorry, I couldn't switch on the videos. I was just had a sleep after night shift. Sorry. I just wanted to ask about the reference again, sir, because they asked for the employer's reference. So I was making so many application forms, like I'm in the process of applying to NHS. So they asked the employer. So if we put the employer, will they call them? Because,
Yes, indeed. Sureshni, directly the answer is so simple. They will indeed contact. They will indeed contact your employer. There are two references as a mandatory element as per, it's a rule of the UK that if you are taking a portion, you must have minimum one characteristics and the reference will be definitely asked and contacted through email, mainly through emails. And if they didn't get through, they have an option to even call. Okay.
So is it the beginning stage itself they will ask, sir, or when they are offering the job they will ask? That's what I'm not quite sure.
Once the application is being processed.
No, sorry, I will just correct you. They will ask for the references once when you are successful the interview. You have to provide the people who you think that will give you the reference. But once when you are successful the interview, like a part of the recruitment process, like recruitment, that means you pass the interview, you pass your application form, you pass your recruitment process, like interview process, like part of the recruitment, like a checking process, is that actually the references will be requested.
My mistake, I do mean the same. I mean, processed means once after they will call you and say your application has been done. We will go for the next stage. Thank you. Thank you so much, Greta. Now, Dominic, is that done with Sareshni? Thank you. Dominic, what is the next question? Shall we, because we will, with this question, we'll wind up because we have, I mean, Greta has got a lot of things to cover.
Only one question. Just before when Greta was saying about the Greta was saying about the NHS track jobs and NHS job site, and third one website she mentioned, then generic website or something like that. It was not clear. Is there any old?
No, one is the NHS job, the other one is NHS track, but the
only two websites we have. Do we have the third website?
The first
one.
Are
you clear?
Is the hospital website, the hospital direct website.
Yeah.
That's mean you have to Google the hospital and look for their vacancies. Like for example, Luton and Dunstable Hospital and the vacancies for the Luton and Dunstable Hospital.
That's clear. One for the bank job, do we want the permission or reference from our exact sponsor?
For references for the bank job.
For the if I apply for bank, do I need the reference or permission from my sponsor? I already have a sponsorship visa.
You have to inform your sponsor because obviously you're gonna work the exceed hours of the requirement.
Okay, that's okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we can.
Shall we go?
Questions, because I think if we continue with the question for the recruitment, and especially the jobs opportunity, we can talk until tomorrow. And I can imagine how many questions we're going to have on the end of the session, because the next part of the session today is exactly that important, like the application form. And I can imagine how many we're going to have after that. But yeah, let me just, if you have some more questions, please just drop a message to Jensen and or emails, and then hopefully we'll try to respond to your messages as much as we can. Like I said, we are not experts with the HR process. I'm not sure about all the requirements for the sponsor, for the visa and for the sponsor. Like I said, if you have any questions of that type of, inquiry, I cannot guarantee that I'm going to be the best person, to answer these questions. But now we will continue with something which is, like I said, it's exactly that important, like the application form, actually your interview. Obviously, the interview process is coming once when the person is selected, like shortlisted and invited for the interview. That means you've done the difficult part of your job, applying for the position, be selected, and now you have to prepare yourself for the interview. Why I said that it's more difficult job to prepare your application form, because of all our communication so far and all the questions that has been asked, we found that actually the application form is getting more difficult only because the people are getting difficult opportunities, to be selected for the interview. But once when you are selected for the interview, actually don't think that's it. Your job is done. Definitely 100% you're going to have the job, because NHS is so short of staff, and they will need me. It doesn't matter of how I'm going to perform on the interview. That's absolutely not right, because like I said, there is a massive possibility for you to be not selected for the interview, even if you are selected after your application form. Like a part of your interview, we're going to cover some stuff. Wait a minute. Like I said, I'm not very good with the technology, and I forgot that I have a slides and probably I need to ask for help. If I know how to do that. No. Okay. I think I'm okay with that. If I know how to do. Okay. Now, when we're talking about the interview, there's quite a few things that we're gonna cover. Obviously, you can see the first one is test. Your preparation. We're going to talk about the dress code, and you can see my recommendation is dress smart, but we'll talk about this a little bit. We'll talk about this a little bit more. We will cover about the attitude, or let's say your approach for the interview, and your body language when you go for the interview. And on the end, we will talk about the questions, the most common questions that you may be asked. Now, let me just clarify it, because obviously, the questions can have a different variety. Depends on the organization, depends on the place where you're applying for job. We're not going to be able to cover every single question that probably will be asked on the interview, but at least to give you some guide of the most common questions that the people are asking in the panel, and what exactly you need to expect, like what the panel is looking as answers. I will give you some examples of right answers. That doesn't mean you have to use that exactly the same answers, but just to give you like a guide of like how you can think about those type of questions. When we talk about test, let me just have a look. Okay. When we talk about test, I mentioned earlier that usually the healthcare system, when you're applying for healthcare system, there is always a test that you have to complete before your interview, before the interview process starts. And this test is mainly maths and literacy. It's mainly to find your understanding, like how much actually you able to read and to do like a basic calculation. When I'm saying maths, that don't be stressed. You're not gonna have task that you have to calculate a very complicated task, but it's a very simple. Most of the time the questions in this test include like your visual skills, but also your thinking as well. Like for example, one of the interviews that I've done, when I was checking, there was a different type of coins given, and you have to recognize which is the 20p coin. That means the panel wants to see if you have this visual skills where you're going to be able to identify things. Like for example, if you're on the ward and something happened, do you have this visual thinking that you can identify what is going wrong? Like for example, could be a question in your test where you have a map, hospital map or building map, and you have to find a specific department following the map, like what is the shortcut to go to this department. Again, this is giving you your thinking, this is giving the panel a orientation of like how you're thinking under pressure, like how quick you can orientate in different and unfamiliar surroundings, and also how you find like your how do you call this? What is your solving problem decision-making skills? Yeah. Also the questions for they look very simple. I just want to say, when you're doing the test, please don't be very arrogant and finishing very early because you know all the questions and you're so 100% sure that you answer all your questions correctly. Because yes, the questions look very simple, but sometimes they're very tricky. Like for example, last time when I did the interview, one of the questions was, you have a box of porridge with that many milliliter, that many milligrams, but your patient needs, but for 20 patients, you need to use that many milligrams. How many boxes you're going to open? And obviously, the people are allowed to use their calculators on this test. That's why everyone who answered those questions, they calculated and they said 5.5 boxes, which if you follow the correct calculation, yes, it's exactly 5.5. but the questions like you're not going to use 5.5 boxes. You're going to open 6 boxes, isn't it? Because the half box, you still have to open 1 full box. That's why the correct answer was 6 boxes. I mean, the people gave the right answer because you need 5.5 boxes for that particular task, but the correct answer was 6 boxes. You see what I'm saying? That you have to be really thinking of the questions and to make sure that you answer them correctly. That's pretty much with the test. When we talk about the test, also make sure that you you start with the questions that you think that they're quite easy, because sometimes if one of the questions you think is a difficult one for you and you spend all your time for that question, you're not going to have time to complete your test. Once when you don't complete the test, that means you failed the first part of the interview process and you're not going to be selected. You're not going to be allowed to continue with the question part of the interview. That's why my personal advice is, if you think that any of the question is a little bit difficult for you, don't spend more time on that question. Go to the next one. Once when you complete all the questions, go back to the question that you found for difficult, because you're going to have more time to think about this. Now,
Greta, one second, Greta. Can I ask you a question? Because this is where I'm even confused. So, Greta,
yes, of course you can.
Is this test fundamental for all Band 3 and Band 2 jobs? I mean, is it according to the trust policy? Because in some trust, they don't follow a test. So something like, is it a trust policy?
I think some of the trusts, they don't do tests, but 90% of the trusts, they do tests.
Because I have gone through one of the test paper, Max. To be honest, that's not easy. Okay. I mean, I don't like maths. That may be the reason. So, dear students, don't take it light, because Greta is good at, because prepare very well. Okay. Maths test, like me person, sometime I will get 0. So better you prepare well. And again, next time when we will try to collect some of the questions. Okay, if anyone wants later the time, we will give you some sample works. Okay, sample works to support you. If you feel like Max is a hard thing, just to add on. Thank you so much, Greta. Carry on, please.
Yeah, Jensen said that he doesn't like maths. I don't like tests at all, but anyway, there you go. We have to do it. But yes, like I said, some of the organization, like I said, probably the care homes, they don't do maths and literacy test. Most of the hospitals, trusts, like the trust, they do. That's why just be prepared. And that's why I'm telling you, like, it's part of your preparation for the interview. Only because you, like, for example, you apply for one organization and they didn't have a test, that doesn't mean when you go for the next one, don't be surprised if you have a test that you're applying for. Like a second part of the preparation, second part of the interview process is your preparation. What do I mean about preparation? I know that sounds probably very pathetic, but actually it's essential for you to mentally prepare for your interview. It's just quite a few tips I would like to give you just to get you ready for this. First of all, get prepared for the interview. Once when you're selected, don't be like excited, that you got the interview. You have to make sure that the previous day, before the day of the interview, you go to bed early, you are well rest before you go for your interview. Make sure you know the place where you're going for your job interview. Just do some initial research, like Google the time. Make sure that you go a little bit early before the interview start time, because the last things you really want is like rushing and going there in the last minute or even few minutes late. Doesn't give a good impression. If you go for the interview and you're like, because you was running, for the interview and you didn't have a time to settle and to mentally to prepare, that's going to give you a lot of stress during the interview time if you arrive in the last minute or even late. And like I said, doesn't give a good impression to the panel if you're late for your interview. When we're talking about the interview preparation, just make sure that you have a pen with you. Obviously, if you have to do a test, don't think that the hospital will supply you with pen. Don't forget that we are on budget and we are trying to save on the budget. That's why most of the time we don't provide pens, but make sure you have a pen with you. One very important tip, and I'm telling you this from my personal experience, have a bottle of water with you. Why? Not because you're going to be thirsty all the time, but the water bottle is the key element usually when I'm going for work for interview. Why? First of all, because sometimes especially if the weather is hot, you're getting so thirsty and your lips, because of the pressure, because of the nerves, your lips start being very sticky, and your throat is drying, and you really need this. You start having this uncomfortable approach during the interview. That's why a sip of water, it will do a magical job. But also, when you feel extremely nervous during the interview time, it's very distracting technique for you to play with the lid of your bottle. Like, for example, just to open and close. That's just making usually the people to calm down a little bit and just not focus on like how nervous and how stressed I am because of the interview, but just giving you this distraction of your own nerves and for you to be able to focus more on the questions. That's why I personally found extremely amazing technique using the water bottles. One more thing, like when you're not quite sure about the question, first of all, it's a very good opportunity for you to take a pause and to think of the question that you was just asked by opening the bottle and closing the bottles, just to think of like, did I understand the question correctly? Should I ask them to repeat the question or should I not? It's just giving you this few seconds of time where you can think of like, are you fully concentrated on the question that you was just asked? That's pretty much about the preparation. Just don't forget to Google, do your research, go to your interview at time, find your map and find your route to go to the place. If you have to use a transport or you have to walk, make sure that you have time, make sure you have a pen. Bottle of water is not essential, it's not mandatory, but it's doing an amazing job if you've got with you. One more thing I just want to say, when you prepare for your interview, obviously, we're going to talk about some questions. We spoke about, some personal characteristic, application form that you can, you mentioned in your application forms. There is no rule that you cannot bring anything with you on your interview on your interview time. Like, for example, if you feel like you can prepare yourself with some answers. Like, for example, if you want to mention something, the pressure during the interview is unbelievable. That's why it's very easy for you to forget things that probably you was prepared extremely well. Like, let me just give you an example. When I was working as a work manager on different work, my biggest achievement is I achieved a gold score on our accreditation check. And that is a massive achievement for me as a work manager. And that was something because actually show not only my leadership and management skills, but also show my organizational skills, show me as a person as well, but also demonstrate like how well the whole work and all my colleagues was organized. Obviously, that was something that I'm extremely proud of. Was my bigger achievement. And when I was preparing for my next interview, I said that I'm going to talk about my accreditation achievement about all the time when I have opportunity, even if that I have to mention this in 7 different questions. I'm going to talk about my accreditation achievement all the time because obviously, that was something that I was proud of. Yeah. Then when I started the interview, because of the nurse, believe me, guys, I completely forgot even to mention one single time about the accreditation, my accreditation achievement. And there was a question like how I'm going to measure that my work is doing well. And I was talking and I was going through the data and this one and that one. And then the lady who was, the matron who was doing the interview, because she knows me and she knew about my achievement. And she was like, and what else, Greta, are you going to say about how you're going to measure? And I was like talking about, again, the data, force, pressure damages and all this stuff. And then and she was like, what about the accreditation? And I was like, oh my God, yes, of course, my accreditation. You see how much you can panic and you can be distracted. The nerves can play a bad part of your interview process. That's why when we're talking about the preparation, make sure that you actually know in advance what you're going to talk about. And if you feel like the pressure can play a very bad part of your interview process, just write on one piece of paper what you want to focus. Like, let's say, for example, you've done moving and handling training in the past. You easily can forget to mention that in your interview. Write on one piece of paper, moving and handling training, personal record, what is this? Documentation record training. Everything that you want to mention in your interview, just have it in front of you. There is no rules that you cannot bring anything with you on your interview interview panel. A lot of people don't know that they're actually allowed to bring something with them. Like, for example, we will mention about the questions, but if you want to talk about yourself, like what kind of person you are as a generally, let's say, for example, your strengths, your strongest part of your character is that you are very reliable. Just write on one piece of paper, reliable, organized, excellent communication skills. For you just to give you a guide, like what you need to focus when, if there is a question like this, what you need to focus on talking about. Yeah, because sometimes when you ask questions, you can be completely lost. You can start talking about one thing and then you can just go in completely different direction and you can be completely lost in your interview. One more thing is when we talk about the preparation, make sure that you bring all your documents with you. Most of the organization, they don't want documents straight away after the interview if you're successful. Some of them they do. You don't know, you don't want to waste your time. That's why take everything with you. One very big tip, guys, prepare your kind of like portfolio. Like, for example, you have some certificates, like, for example, you attended the Welfare Academy previously and you've done some training with them or any other places. I just want to clarify that we are not here to advertise the Welfare Academy. We just want to help you. But if you've done any trainings, just bring your certificates, make them like a portfolio. I'm not saying that the panel will definitely look into your portfolio, but at least they will see, wait a minute, this person actually is coming very well prepared. And if they have time, just ask them, look, I've done this courses. Do you want to have a look at my portfolio? And I'm not saying that they will, but at least they know that you're well prepared for your interview. That's pretty much for a preparation. If you have more questions, you can ask on the end. Now I'm just going to move to one which is extremely important for me, the dress code. I want to talk about the dress code because actually I've been shocked of like how the people are attending their interview. And sometimes very impressed of the people, how the people are attending the interview. You can see that I put dress smart. What does it mean? Please, guys, when you're going for interview, this is important part of showing, yes, who you are as a person. That doesn't mean because I like flip-flops, I have to go for my interview with flip-flops, with short sleeves, with vest, with the bikini or whatever. You just think like you're going to a panel where the people will judge you. Are you capable? Like, not the person who you are, but actually if you are the right person for their position. That's why whatever you think is good for you, that doesn't mean it's good for them as a panel, as a people trying to get to fulfill their vacancies. That's why completely forget when you're going for the interview, completely forget about flip-flops. Forget about shoes that are not comfortable and can cause you a lot of stress during the interview. Make sure that you're dressed smart. Like, I'm not saying like business, for example, definitely with suit and white shirt and black cover. I'm not saying that. Something that you're comfortable with, but make sure that you're dressed smartly. Completely forget about these jeans that they're like. Actually, jeans are not appropriate dress for interview generally, but all these jeans, with the big holes in the middle, that they look like a very old one. Just forget about this. Forget about clothes where you're showing a lot of your body parts. It's not very appropriate, for the interview. Also, girls, try not to put a very heavy makeup for the interview. You don't want anything that can distract the panel of you as a person. Also, I just want to remind you, like when you're getting ready for the interview and not getting ready for the club, you're getting ready for interview. That's why makeup, jewelries, everything has to be with some kind of limitations. Don't, like for example, if you put a lot of jewelries, I had this experience. One of my girl who came for the interview, she was an African lady. Obviously, she probably put all her jewelry that was in her cupboard on her. I was so distracted, to see every single part of her jewelry. I don't even remember what answer she gave me for the questions that I was. I don't know even if I actually asked her all the questions that there was in my mind. That's why please make sure that, you put everything within kind of limitation. Yeah. No very like big, everything to be with big things, because actually everything causes distraction to the panel, but in the same time, cause quite shows actually that a little bit arrogance, if that makes sense. That's why just everything, let's be diplomatic, comfortable, but diplomatic, if that makes sense. That pretty much about the dress code. And the next thing we're going to talk about is your attitude, approach, and body language. Now, the body language is extremely important. I can see, especially now with the young generation, people applying for the position, the body language can make the panel not even willing to finish the interview. That's much. They just want to end this interview as soon as possible. What does it mean? It's like when we talk about the body language, it's like, first of all, when you go for the interview, the way that you even say good morning, good afternoon, good day for the panel, gratitude the panel, make sure that you show your respect to the people that you're going to be with in the room with. Recently, I was doing interview for a Band 6 job in my hospital, and we had a girl who was applying for the position, which I know extremely well. I mean, all the panel that we was there, we know the girl. She works with us. She was just applying for a higher position. I know the girl is very good. I know that she has extremely unbelievable knowledge and skills. As a nurse, she was absolutely amazing. All her attitude during the interview was so wrong. With every single question that we was asking, she was showing absolutely arrogance. Even the way that she was sitting on the chair, for the interview, I don't know if you're going to be able to see me, but her body language was like kind of this, which is like you're doing interview, you're in the panel, you're not at home in front of your TV. That's why crossing legs, absolutely big no-no. Crossing hands like this or being like this on your interview, big no-no. You have to show respect. That you have to show that you're humble, but in the same time you're respecting the people that you're on the other side of the table, like the panel. This girl, her interview was very kind of aggressive. That's why she was not successful, even that we knew that she's extremely good nurse and she was ready for her next step, but the way that she interviewed was absolutely unsuccessful because of the attitude on the interview. Like, for example, even if you know some of the people in the panel, please show respect and show that they're strangers for you, because that will put everyone in the equal position. Like the mistake that this girl, for example, did on her interview with her attitude and body language was like, she was showing that absolutely disrespect towards the panel. Like, for example, one of the questions was like, okay, how are you going to deal with this situation if your work manager is not there? She's on holiday. And the answer that we received was like, how dare she's going for holiday? Obviously, the panel, even if it's as a joke, you don't use this kind of jokes during your interview. That's why your body language has to be respectful. You need to show that actually you are there to get the opportunity to get the feedback, but also to present yourself in the best of your ability. When we talk about the body language and your approach, make sure that when you go there, you thank the panel about the opportunity that has been given to you, and just be yourself. Be open, be honest. If you don't hear the question, you can ask the question to be repeated. If you sometimes don't assume that you know what to answer for the question. If you don't understand the language or the question, just make sure that you ask politely if the question can be repeated, or if you don't understand the question, ask if they can be explained a little bit more for you. One more thing, but again, just do it respectfully and doing politely. One more thing, when we talk about the attitude and approach, make sure that if you don't interrupt the panel, like for example, once when they start asking you the question, even if you know the answer, don't try to interrupt the question because you want to answer as soon as possible because you know the answer already. First of all, that shows kind of arrogance, but secondly, you don't know how the question will finish. That's why please listen until the end of the question and then think before you answer. Don't jump straight away to the answer because sometimes, like I said, the question can be a little bit tricky. think before you answer, take a time, keep calm, and just answer the best that you can. One more thing, don't show the panel, like for example, that you're rushing for you to finish as soon as possible. Sometimes the interviews can take a little bit longer. Make sure that you have a structure of your interview and you have a plan of how to answer your questions very diplomatically, but in the same time, very calm and in a respectful way. That's pretty much about the attitude. And
Greta, before you move on, there is a question asked by students about footwears. Can you tell me about footwear that is appropriate in interview?
Footwears, obvious, something that you're comfortable with. Can be a sandals, can be heels, whatever. Ask me to go with the heels, absolutely impossible. But like closed shoes, diplomatic look, smart shoes will be absolutely fine. If it's a summertime, you can use nice sandals. Flip-flops is make me feel, when I see people coming with flip-flops, I feel like you just went to the shop and you just decided to pop in just for a quick interview and then you're going back to your life. Just be a little bit more, like I said, dress smart. There is no rules like definitely you have to wear this color, this one, that one. Just make sure that when you look yourself, you look presentable. You give a good impression for the people that you're going to sit in the same room, and you're not gonna distract them with the things that you're putting on. And very important that you feel comfortable. Like I said, with the test and with all the questions that you're going to be asked, sometimes the recruitment, the interview process can continue even up to 1 hour. If you have a brand new shoes who you just put on and they already start making blisters on your heels, obviously, this is not going to be the best comfortable interview that you're going to have in your life. Probably you're going to remember this to the rest of your life and you know how to dress for the next one. But yeah, something comfortable, simple, respectful, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Greta, because there was a similar question. How, can you tell me sample dress code bit? But again, you did answer simple and comfortable. That's the answer for it. And can you tell about a remote interview? Is there any remote interview happening? Is it?
Now, if I have to be completely honest, I'm probably not 100% sure if there is a remote interviews. I think no. The simple reason is because most of the places you have to do a test. That means you cannot do a virtual test. But secondly, like I said, for the healthcare assistant, the people are so many applying for a job. That's why usually as a manager, as an employer, I'm looking for people who are commitment and make sacrifice, to come for the interview. That is giving me this opportunity for the connection.
Greta, because one student just mentioned, this individual has got a remote interview coming up on next month, it seems. Yeah, this is what mentioned. So, dear candidate, I think the answer is so simple. If there is some reason, maybe a reasonable interview, if it is simple and humble, you express as you are. Not something like do not exaggerate. When the person right in front, he should understand, she should understand, you are this. Nothing exaggerate. This is what Greta was explaining. I think there is nothing more. Virtual or I never been to a virtual interview, but if there is something, because this candidate said yes, this candidate has got an upcoming virtual interview from NHS, it seems. So yeah, got the interview. Yeah, thank you again. Traditional dress code is that fit for this? Yeah, it is, as long as it is simple and comfortable for you. Yes, any dress code is comfortable. Thank you.
To be honest, I'm interested to look at other people's, other cultures' outfit. That's as long as
move to the next.
I think it's okay. Let's move to the next part of the interview process, the questions, because I think here we're going to spend a little bit more time, but I'm 100% sure that on the end there was going to be a lot of questions about the questions. That's why let's move on for the next questions. Usually when we go for the interview process, for the questions that you're going to be asked of the panel, there is no rules or how the questions will be, selected. Now with our workshop, we're not going to be able to cover 100% as all the questions possible that you may be asked. But like I said earlier, we're just going to give you a guide for you what to expect briefly, and also how to think of in regards of your preparation. Usually the questions of the interview are 4 types, like open questions, organizational questions, skills questions, and scenario questions. What does it mean, open questions? Open questions are usually those ones who just want to break the ice between the panel and the candidate. Open questions are those ones who the panel wants to find out, like, what exactly you are as a person, even that you mentioned already in your personal statement, but like face-to-face now when you're with the panel, to find out like what exactly is you as a person. Open questions are those to find out what is your understanding about the job and about what you're applying for. When we talk about organizational questions, we're not talking about your personal organizational skills. We are talking about, like, what do you know about the organization, and what have you done to find out about the place where you're applying for a job. When we talk about the skills questions, there will be some kind of questions. Sometimes they're very tricky to find out, like, what exactly you have as a skills and how you're going to put these skills in your future job opportunities. And the scenario questions, there will be some kind of scenario questions always on the interview, in the interview panel. We'll ask mainly to find out again what you're thinking, your response to a different situation. The scenario questions usually are very tricky, because actually this is a questions where pretty much you're going to be put in the situation and how you're going to resolve the situation. Just bear in mind that most of you probably don't have a previous healthcare or nursing or healthcare assistant job experience, and some of the questions will be quite tricky for you. There is nothing wrong when you answer the question. There is nothing wrong for you to say that you've never been in this situation before, but you think what you're going to do to resolve the problem, or just to answer this question. Obviously, if you never had the experience as a healthcare assistant, don't forget that of your application form, the panel will know that, but they just want to see how you're willing to make efforts to resolve the problem, to resolve the situation, if that makes sense. That's why I'm just gonna give you some examples of questions. We will talk of, like, what is the aim of those questions, and then I'm just going to give you some examples of answers that we are looking for. Just 1 second, guys. Okay, I just was asked for some changes of our plan, because we have one of our staff who is very willing to share her testimony, but because of some personal reasons, she's not going to be able to stay until the end of the training, to give her testimony on the end. That's why we're just going to make some exceptions just to hear what she wants to share with you guys. It's going to be very motivating and encouraging for all of you. And then we'll continue with the questions that we will ask. And that's going to give me some opportunity to stop talking as well. That's why just enjoy listening to our colleague, and I'm sure that she has very positive things to share with you.
Thank you so much, Greta. So our Ashik Shahana will be joining soon. So it's one of the testimonial on who received a job from NHS. So she has been once a Welfare Academy student. Then she had a very different. So each one of your testimonials, students will be having a very different base grounds. So this particular student candidate has got a very different method. So please listen to her. So, hello, Shahana, you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Yeah, can switch your camera on if possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Hi, all. My name is Ashik Savana. I'm currently joined as a Band 2 healthcare assistant in Lancashire Teaching Hospital of NHS Trust. So I'm basically staying in Preston. Actually, I got a very different way of getting into NHS. So basically, I'm a civil engineer. So back in India, I was working as a civil engineer. Then after coming here, I just changed my career path towards medical field. How I got into NHS means it's a different path, not through a direct interview or something like that. Actually, I was volunteering an organization named Sahara, which is based in Preston. So I was volunteering there for job clubs. So
Yes, students, make note of it. Sahara, isn't it? Sahara.
Yeah, it's Sahara based in Preston. So I just started volunteering there. And one day, this NHS recruitment, not only NHS, many other public sector groups come there for recruitments, like council groups, police, army force, everyone. So NHS came there. So I just attended the interview, just a common interview for everybody, because there's a lot of people for that particular thing. So they just ask us for just a communication level. They need to check our communication level, basic communication levels. So they just done a basic interview for us. So we 24 of candidates were passed for this interview. So that is known as a pre-employment program in our trust. So I don't know all the trusts have the same program, but in Preston, this particular Lancashire Teaching Hospitals, NHS Foundation Trust has this program, like it's named as pre-employment program. So I just go through that one. The pre-employment program has the same procedure as an employment checks, like ID checks, DBS check, everything is there. So I just got passed through all these tests, and then by God's grace, I all passed all these things. And I got 8 weeks program. This is an 8-week program, 2-week classroom session and 6-week ward sessions. So after completion of this particular program, they guaranteed a direct placement to the hospital. So I just got an appointment right on this 22nd of March on this Royal Preston Hospital in critical care unit. So I'm going to join on 1st of April to the critical care unit. And the coincidence is that my husband is a nurse and he is also working in the same unit. So it's pretty good and pretty, it's quite good for me to go through that journey. And during my class sessions, they just give us a class for how to attend an interview if I want to move to any another area of NHS, or how to apply for any other jobs within NHS. They just give us a short, like what we have to do for getting an interview, pass through an interview, or what we needs to write on our track job, personal statement, supporting information, all these things. So I just want to give you, because I know everybody is looking for such a job. So the basic tip that I got from them is that, so each and every NHS trust always have their own trust values. And so every time when you prepare a personal statement or when you prepare a supporting information, always have a keen observation on what is the trust value of the particular trust which you are applying. So please try to incorporate all these trust values into your supporting information. It doesn't mean that just don't copy everything like that. It means that always incorporate your experiences with the trust values. So that is one tip which I have to give you, which is what I would like to give you. And another thing is that what they teach us for our classroom session is that if we are going for writing a statement, means we would like to look after the job role and description, and always the team always look for that points which means what the points which they are incorporating in the their job roles or descriptions. Always they will always keen observe that thing. So so it's a very important for us to always look on what all the job roles and descriptions provided on a particular jobs, because different jobs have different observations, different job roles. So every time when you're preparing something for your personal statement, always cite an example with the particular job role mentioned on the particular thing. So these are all makes marks, means if someone, the interviewer who is passing through your application, always looks on these points to select your profile. Like for a health, I just joined as a band to HCA, so I have so many job role descriptions over my track jobs where we are applying. So you'll get that job role description there. So just go through that one and incorporate your examples with the particular job roles to add to your personal statements. So that's what they just ask us to do for any other interviews or something like that. And it's quite good. And after joining Welfare Academy, that course only, I just started my career as a healthcare assistant. I just started with the agency first, and then I just diverted to this program, and then joined now I'm going to join on the 1st of April. And thank you, Jensen sir, for a lovely class and lovely things. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just wanted to stay there. Just wanted to see, all of you, please listen. What she was saying is a very different approach. See, we all were expecting kind of a track job, NHS jobs, all those. See, you must be a fighter. You must be a real fighter. If you're looking for a NHS job, she was actually volunteering. See, don't take it into wrong sense. Her husband is an NHS staff. That doesn't mean she get a job freely. No. Wait a minute. She was actually a fighter. She got with us. Then she was working as a care agency staff. Then when she got a job for free, she was working for a staff, NHS trust. Then they found this particular person is good. This is a very different approach. She put herself into work. Then a manager or a group of people identify this is good. Okay, there are different approaches we take the people into NHS. So do not always think
so one more thing, sir. I just want to add one more thing. This pre-employment program for the past 8 weeks is unpaid, totally unpaid. Okay, so most of the candidates are just back out, because we were started with 24 and down. When we started the program, we were down to 6, and the person who completed is only 2. Only 2 of them got the job right now. So that means that because everybody think that NHS is paying for everything. No, because if we need a job, we have to sacrifice something. So we have to stay for something. So that is a point which I learned from this one, because many of the colleagues who stand with me drop the program because they are not getting paid. So for the 8 weeks, because for the 6 weeks we are doing the ward session same as that of an HCA. We are doing the same job for 12 hours, weekly 3 days, 12-hour shifts, for same as an HCA. So they thought that we are not getting paid, so they won't give us a job. So that way, all of them dropped. Only 2 of them completed. And the ward managers are the ones who are deciding whether this candidate is good for a job. So likewise, only I am selected. So I thought it's a different way. So like Jensen sir said, it's a different way of approach. So if we sacrifice something, only we can stay for something.
Well done, Sahana. Well done. So, dear students, it's a real attitude. See, if this is Greta selecting her, she would definitely go for it. Not because she's an engineer, not because her husband is working there. She put herself into work, and she showed that she really proven that. Okay, couple of weeks she was working free, and definitely would have observed. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done. I'm really impressed of your testimony and your actually whatever you share with us, because this is actually it's a big sacrifice. And like I said, sometimes we need to do. Yes, sometimes we are complaining that we applied 10 times, 20 times, and I'm not selected. Keep applying, keep doing whatever you're doing, because actually this is giving you this. Training your character as well, and giving you new skills, if we can say that, skills of good waiting and skills of good fighting. Okay, now we will continue, because I can see the time is just flying. actually we're doing this workshop for the first time, and when I was preparing for this workshop, I thought that we're going to have plenty of time because obviously everything that we need to talk is not that much information, and I can see now we are just running really late. Now, when we talk about the question, like I said earlier, we're not gonna talk about every single question, but like you may be asked, but just to give you some open-minded of like what to expect. Let me just give you an example. Once, obviously, you'll see what kind of question we'll talk about. But once when I went for interview, I was really shocked of one of the questions that I was asked, and I was absolutely unprepared for that kind of question. For example, and even if you go for 100 workshops, recruitment workshops, as a kind of a preparation workshops, you probably never guess that you can be asked that kind of question. I was asked a question: if you are an animal, what animal are you going to describe yourself as? Obviously, can you imagine what kind of question is this, like on the shock? And obviously you never prepared like what kind of question, like what kind of animal you can describe yourself with. But you can see how much the variety of questions can go from one place to, like, depends on the organization, and always depends of like what the employer is looking about, not what kind of candidates they're looking about. Now, let's talk about some of the questions. This doesn't work, okay.
So we have plenty of testimonials later after this, okay? So remain steady so you get a different people's approach and how they get it, okay? And again, this is one of the main part of the class. You get more questions and how to answer it. We'll send you something too. Yeah.
Okay, one of the very first question that probably you're gonna be asked pretty much 99% on every single interview will be like, tell the panel a little bit about yourself. This question can be put in different way, like, can you tell us about your personal achievement, or like, what is your working experience up to now, or can you tell us about yourself? It's just pretty much like what you need to focus on. It's like what this question like is always usually used to break the ice between the panel and the candidate. Just be very diplomatic but very friendly when you're answering these questions. Please do not tell the panel your life story. Don't start when you was born, how many brothers, sisters you have in your family, when you started first year at school until the last year of your school, how many friends you have and how many family members, how many times you was married, not married, and all this stuff. Don't tell the panel about your life story. There is no time for this. And also, to be honest, really, is that really relevant to the place we are applying for a job? Start with some gratitude, just thank for the panel about the opportunity that you has been given for to interview on that day. Tell panel that something that they don't know. Don't forget that you put a lot of information in your application form, and just tell them something that you don't know very briefly. Like, for example, what you are as a person, like you graduated this year, and after that you married, you're a mother of 2 children, or you married amazing, you're married this year, and you are very happily married in that year. You're a mother of 2 children, and you're pretty much enjoying, spending time with your family. But you came to the point where you think your professional development is exactly that important, like your family. Just tell them something that the panel doesn't know. Talk about your personality. When I'm talking about personality, don't just give an answer, I'm beautiful, or I have a black hair. Obviously, the panel probably can see that. But just tell them something about they don't know for you as a person. Just tell them that I'm a very friendly person. I like to work in very positive environment. That's why all the time when I work with different organizations or my previous employers, I always try to create this positive atmosphere, because I can see that the positive atmosphere can reduce the level of stress and can create more calm atmosphere. Can you see that one question, one word about yourself, that you're a very friendly and positive person, can open how actually you can take this personal characteristic to contribute to the working environment. That's why when you answer this question, there is no right and wrong answer for, this question, because this is pretty much about you telling the panel about yourself. But just make sure that you mention things that actually can contribute to the job, to the job opportunity, like how this can contribute to the team, how this can contribute to your responsibility in that organization, in that workplace. Like, for example, you can tell the panel, I'm a very creative person. My hobby is to, like, for example, me, I like to make cards. I'm very creative and I like to make cards, because this actually can give you, and that's actually giving me opportunity to, to be able to manage stress when I'm under stress and I have a stressful day at work. I like to go home and to spend time with my hobby, to create, because actually that's make me keep calm. That is giving the opportunity for the panel to think of, like, actually she can balance her work life. Does that make sense? It's just making not only just working under pressure, but can have this balance between work and personal life, and have a option how to think about her own well-being. Like, there's a self-awareness there. Just when you talk about this question, just think about what do you think, what you achieved? Like, for example, I was able, with my previous experience, with my previous working experience, I received award for Employer of the Month. There's nothing wrong for you to say what actually you was able to achieve with your previous experience, because actually that's going to give the panel more understanding about you, but also will show the panel that actually you're motivated to learn, to take every opportunity for you to learn and actually to do better than the expectations are. Also, that's going to give the opportunity for the panel to understand that actually you're taking this job very seriously. It's not you're applying only because you need a job and you need money. You are actually committed to stay there and to do well within that organization, within that work job. This question, you can actually talk a lot, but like I said, don't try to be focused on what you're saying. That's why it's very good for you to have some notes with yourself, like what exactly you want to be focused on. Because when you start talking about yourself, you can be completely lost. For example, just 2 months ago, I interviewed one of the nurses for a Band 6 job. And again, I know this nurse very well. When she came for the interview, the first question was like, tell us a little bit about yourself. And she started telling me about her sons, which I know very well because we worked together for so long. And she started telling me when they went first year at school and when was the first pneumonia they had and what kind of treatment the doctor prescribed for them. Do you think that is the most important that I need to know during the interview time? No, absolutely no. I'm not there to listen about her sons. Obviously, if there's something important that I need to know as a manager, it's good to share. Like, for example, my son has a disability and sometimes I need to spend time with him to make sure that, he's taking regularly for his appointment. That is important because actually this is giving opportunity for the panel to ask, are you willing to apply for flexible hours when you're looking for the job? You see that is a difference. Instead of saying that apparently for example, your son had a chest infection or your husband had a diarrhea and you just need to spend time, some time with him, that absolutely irrelevant. But it is something that actually can reflect on your job if you're successful with the interview. Yes, this needs to be shared with that question when you're talking about yourself. The second question that you may be asked, again, part of this technology.
Thank you, Greta. See, one of the best topic I heard is you can keep a note. because many student or many candidate do not have any idea about that, because I keep listening from that. Because we can keep a small paper. For example, you prepared anything, you can have a paper or diary, something like to connect. Thank you so much, Greta. Carry on.
And one more thing, only because I already clicked on the next question and I'm not very good with the technology to go back. Just it's very good for the panel to say that you're a very quick learner. You know, again, this is a characteristic, but that is giving opportunity for the panel to think of like, wait a minute, yes, of course, this is a completely new job, never had a healthcare experience before, but actually she's very willing to learn quick and to you know, to understand the job, to understand the structure of the hospital settings and operation, and actually she's very keen to implement herself very quick with the team, if that makes sense. Now, the next question that you may be asked 99% is tell us about your strengths and your weaknesses. Just bear in mind that this can be put as two separate questions. It can be a separate question about your strengths and can be a separate questions about your weaknesses. When you talk about the strengths, please talk about everything positive characteristic that you have in yourself. Give us some example, not about everything. Like I said, you know, you can have a piece of paper with just like a small reminder of like what you want to focus on, but just talk a lot about your strengths, like everything that you think is very relevant to the job, like very reliable, very well organized, excellent communication, listening skills. Talk about that you are willing to, you are very willing to develop yourself within the organization. This is a strength. This is a very important for you to be aware, like, because this would have two sides. This answer has two sides, like you are very willing to develop yourself within the organization. First of all, that's giving opportunity for the panel to think that, yes, you're willing to learn, but secondly, actually, you are willing to stay within the organization. That make you very reliable to stay, like, to keep the staffing ratio on the ward or the places where you're working. That's why it's very important for you to mention, if you have a plans, like, for example, to stay within this organization for 1 year and then after 1 year to look for something else, to go to a completely different place, please don't mention this, because on the end, you're just giving a wrong message to the panel. But if you're willing really to stay within the organization and even to develop yourself inside the organization, is very good opportunity to use that as a strength to say that you're willing to develop yourself within the organization. When you talk about your strengths, think about everything that actually can build your confidence working within the team. Like, for example, you can mention that you have, don't forget that with the healthcare sector, most of the time our job is related to listening patients, listening to the relatives, listening to the people who are above us, and also communicating effectively. That's why one of the strengths that you always have to mention in your interview, obviously if that is your strength, is effective communication skills and effective listening skills. You have to make sure that you talk about your character as well, like teamwork orientated person, but also you have to think of like everything that is related, that you build good relationship within the team. Like mentioned, for example, that you're not there to make friends, but in the same time, you don't want to have a challenging relationship with the team. That's why you're very open, to accept different, the diversity within the team. That's very important, for you to be able to mention that you are willing to accept the diversity within the team. Don't forget that with the diversity within the country, there is 100% possibility that you're going to have people from different backgrounds. It's very important for you to be open and honest to say that actually you're happy to accept that different backgrounds. It's very important to show with your strengths that you're a very respectful person. That's going to show the panel that actually you respect the people with different background and, with the different social issues. But in the same time, that's going to give the panel opportunity to understand that actually you're willing, because don't forget that most of your patients will be with different social background as well, that you are willing to commit yourself to deliver 100% care to quality of care to your patients as well, regardless of their social background and culture as well. Now, when we talk about weaknesses, please, a lot of people making the bigger mistake when they talk about weaknesses. And that is probably one of the questions who is always scored very, very low, because the people don't know how to answer this question correctly. When we talk about weaknesses, nobody of the panel wants to hear, I'm not well organized, because that's gonna ask me myself a question. Why do I need this person then? If she's not organized, if she doesn't know how to organize herself, why do I need this person? Or people very often said, I cannot work under pressure. But NHS, hospital, healthcare sector settings, usually the job, 90% of the job is under pressure. Why do I need this person? If she cannot handle pressure, why do I need her or him? Sometimes people will answer questions, they think that is in positive way, but in the same time, you have to double think about this question. That's why this is one of the questions which is 90%, 99% asked on every interview, and you really have to prepare yourself, because what you can see even that I put there as some guidance for you, think about something negative that can be used as a positive contribution to your potential new workplace. What does it mean? For example, you can say, I have a very high standards of care that I want to deliver for the people that I'm looking after, and I'm not ready to compromise my standards. What does it mean? Yes, you have a very high standard, which can be a very bad thing for yourself, for you as a person, because that means you can take longer time to complete a job. You can take longer time to stay after work to complete 100% of your job. You can use this as a lack of delegating skills. Like, for example, you're doing everything by yourself. But actually, it's in a positive way, because on the end, our aim in the healthcare organizations are excellent patient care and good patient experience. That means, yes, your negative part of your character is giving me as a manager something positive. Does that make sense? Do you think that you understand what I'm saying? Like, for example, you can say, I'm always struggling with, like, for example, I'm struggling with keeping my work-life balance because I always want to make sure that I have this perfectionist, what is the word? Characteristic when I want everything to be done up to the 100%, and it's very difficult for me to put my work life separate than my work life, my personal life. This question is this answer is a little bit tricky, because then the panel can think of like, oh gosh, I really don't need this person. If she's so committed to the job, if she's so passionate about the job, she can burn out very easily. That's why when you're answering this question about your weaknesses with that type of question, with that type of answer, you always have to think of like, what is your self-awareness? How actually you're going to be able to manage and to separate your work life from your personal life. Yes, you're committed to the job, but then at the same time, probably you just can mention that I'm doing some meditation, and when I'm at home, I like to do my meditation, or just I'm focused on listening music, because that's make me relax, and actually that's helped me to switch off of my work day responsibility and day routines. That's why you really have to think. But you can see how this negative part of your character is actually contributing to something positive to the work organization, to the workplace. I hope that you understand what I'm saying. But yeah, it's pretty much when you answer the weaknesses question, you have to be very, very smart and very well prepared for this question, because as soon as you say something negative, you are actually giving opportunity for the panel to think of like, no, I just don't need that person. It's not. There's a lot of things that's gonna put them off of getting you for the job. One more thing, generally when we talk about the interview question, and when you think about your answers, please make sure that your answers to the point where You're not going to give the panel opportunity to ask you more questions. Make sure that you use the words where you're going to close the question, if that makes sense. Like, for example, if you say to somebody, I'm very reliable. Give an example. What does it mean for you, reliability? Like, for example, I'm always, like, for example, if there's a short staff, I'm always happy to help. Unless I have some emergency that I have to deal at home with, but I'm always ready to help and I'm ready to support the team. That means, yes, you're reliable, but actually with the second part of your answer, you stop the panel to ask you more questions, because if you just tell me, I'm very reliable, I always can come to ask you, what does it mean for you? What does it mean reliable? If people get the reliability in different way, what does it mean for you that you're reliable? How I can get this reliability to be benefits for my department? And again, with the weaknesses, if you say, I'm not a team-orientated person, what does it mean? I can ask 100 more questions about this answer, but also as soon as you mention, I don't like that, I'm not a team player, I don't care about the team, I'm just going to say, okay, thank you very much. I think we finished the interview in that point. I mean, I still can ask the questions the rest of the interview book, because this is part of the interview, but my decision is already made with that answer, with that second question. That's why just think about, especially when you talk about weaknesses, think very smartly about this, okay? Now, next question. A next example of open question can be, what do you think is the most rewarding part of your role as a healthcare assistant? Obviously, this is a question where the people who have experience will be very relaxed with this kind of question, because obviously, there's a, they'll have the opportunity, to practice and actually to experience what is the healthcare assistant job and responsibility, and to see what actually they feel proud of doing this job. For people who never experienced healthcare assistant job before, obviously it's going to be quite difficult for them to answer. But again, don't forget that actually the panel is not looking, they know that you don't have a healthcare assistant experience. They're not looking for the perfect answer, correct answer. They want to see your thinking. That's why this question actually provides information of what you actually enjoy, why you're applying for this job, like what made you to apply for this job, and actually what motivates you to learn about the role of the healthcare assistant. Actually, this is a question where the panel is going to look for more for like your compassion, your desire to help, and personal responsibility, but also your personal motivation and how quickly you're adapting to new environments. And probably the best answer for you in this for this question will be there's so many things rewarding that you found in your previous working experience. However, if I've been successful with this job opportunity, I would say the most rewarding things will be that I'm going to be able to help others, because that's always been my motivation in my life, that I would like to help people who around me, and I'm willing to help others. Even small tasks like brushing the teeth or ironing the hair, ironing the skirts, I'm always willing to put 100% of myself, and I think that's the most rewarding part of any job that I'm doing. Was doing so far, in regards of like feeling satisfied of what I'm doing at the moment. Yeah, it's pretty much like when we talk about what actually is rewarding for you. Doesn't mean definitely as a healthcare assistant, but just think about generally about the job satisfaction. How motivated you are to apply for this job, like how motivated you want what motivation you want to put in within this job, but also your compassion, and your desire to helping others. Obviously, with the job description, if you check properly the job description, you will see what exactly is the requirement as a skills and as a responsibility, and you can mention this as a rewarding in your answer for your for this question, for the rewards. And you can mention, like, for example, I enjoy different challenges. Obviously, with me, never have had a previous healthcare assistant experience. I would think and because by applying for this job, I'm ready for new challenges. I think it's going to be very rewarding for me one day when I feel satisfied and competent and comfortable of doing my job effectively and successfully. Simple, very simple. Don't try, especially if you never had the experience, working that kind of job. Don't try to make the answers. Just be yourself, but be honest. But just try to say yes. I never done this before, but I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to do that. I'm actually quite open for new challenges, for new opportunities, and for new and I'm motivated to and I'm taking this job very seriously. That's why just please mainly with your questions, be very open and honest. Another open question that probably can be used is why should we hire you? Why should we take you for this position? Why do you need this position? This question is where you can demonstrate what actually motivates you to apply for this job. Like, for example, you can say that you've been in your previous position for a very long time and you come to the point where you lost your motivation, you lost your inspiration. That's why now you're coming to the point where you are looking for new challenges and you really want to challenge yourself by learning new skills and new knowledge. Also, with this question, you need to demonstrate that you are aware of the job description. Obviously, in this question, you have to demonstrate that you know what is the requirement from you, like what kind of responsibility you're going to have with this job, and that's going to show the panel that you actually read the job description very carefully. And you are the one who exactly right for this position because you have the skills and the characteristic and the knowledge for this position. Even if you never experienced this position, most of the time the responsibility that I mentioned in the job description are very simple, like organizational skills, good communication skills. I'm pretty sure that all of you are able to talk and all of you are able to organize their normal life. And this is something that you need to show to the panel. It's not because you work 100 years as a healthcare assistant, but because you have the skills and the knowledge, which actually desirable and actually the requirement for this position. You need to keep your answers very simple, especially if you never had the previous experience as a healthcare assistant, but actually mainly to demonstrate what actually really motivates you for you to apply for this job. Because with the answer for this question, you are telling the panel, take me, I'm your person, I'm your guy, I'm your man, I'm the one who will be you need, I'm the gap in your team. That's why please just keep the things simple, but give an answer what exactly motivates you. It's a very good, like I said, the example that I gave you is very good with giving you opportunity to not to make the answer right or wrong, but just to be open and honest by telling them, yes, I work in that organization, but I'm ready. I'm coming to the point where I'm ready for new challenges. And I really want to challenge myself with new knowledge, new skills. I would like to develop myself. And I think with the job opportunity, I'll have this moment in my life where I can learn something new. I can build new relationship within the team. And I can show you that actually I'm a very good team player and I'll be very good benefit and very good asset for your organization and for your team. Simple, but actually will make me think, actually, you know what, this guy, this lady, she's ready. That's the one that I need. I want them. Another open question. Guys, just I want to remind you that that doesn't mean, because we call it question, that doesn't mean you're going to have all these questions. No, usually the open questions are no more than 1 or 2. But I'm just giving you an example just to give you opportunity to see how the panel think when they're asking the questions. One of the open questions very often you see, where do you see yourself in 3 years time or 5 years time or 10 years time? That doesn't mean once when you answer this question, you have to definitely stay 5 years within the organization or 3 years, or you have to be committed and somebody will ask you to sign a contract that definitely going to say stay 5 years in the organization, and if you don't, you're going to put in the prison. No. The aim of this question is for you to demonstrate what is your future plans. And also the panel need to focus on your commitment to stay with an organization. Obviously, as a manager, we want the people to stay longer in the team, because actually that's the time when they're building relationship and the people learn to work together and they have this opportunity to build good relationship at work and to be very excellent with their job. But the panel really want to see that actually you are keen to stay there for longer. That's your plans. But also they want to see how you're planning to progress within the organization. Like, what is your career progression? Are you planning, like you can say that I enjoy my healthcare assistant job and I really like to focus on my healthcare assistant job. But if there's any opportunities for career progression and career development, I'm very open for that, for these opportunities. I'm very keen, to see what other options NHS can offer me when I'm settled with the position. It's simple. You're not committed that you're going to stay as a healthcare assistant for 5 years, but you're willing to stay within the organization and you're willing to see what other opportunities NHS can offer you. Yeah. Now, we will move to some of the organizational questions. Obviously, we have very limited examples of this, but again, the examples that we choose is mainly to make you to see what exactly the panel is looking at. What duties do you enjoy the most of the healthcare assistant? Obviously, again, of the people who experienced this job before, it will be much easier for them to answer. Who has an idea of the healthcare assistant job will be able to answer much easily. But don't forget that for this question, you need to read the job description. Again, when you know the job description very well, you know like which part of all the job description is actually quite enjoyable for you. These questions aims to ensure that you as a candidate has a basic understanding of the duties that involve the healthcare assistant. And again, this basic understanding you're going to find in your job description. That's why you have to check the job description. And what the panel is looking for as answers is your knowledge regarding your duties, your responsibility for the role. But also they want to see your positive and compassionate attitude, like how you're going to be committed to the job and how compassionate you'll be about the people you're looking after, and your desire actually to help people. What probably you can say as a simple questions that the most enjoyable part you think as a responsibility as a healthcare assistant is your communication, because you like to be close to people and also to help others, because you like to be close to others, you like to communicate with people, you want to identify, you need to observe, you enjoy observing the people that you are with, and that's help you to understand their thinking, but also to identify their strengths and their weaknesses. That's help not only for your vision about how you're going to look after your patient, but also that's going to help the panel to see what is your vision by sharing and connecting yourself to the team as well. You can see that this question is pretty much working in both ways, patients and your team as well. That's why just be very focused on what exactly, even if you never had the working experience with the healthcare sector, again, it's like, what is your passion about helping others, patients or relatives, but also how committed you are to enjoy spending time with your team, with the one that you're working with. Another organizational questions, and don't forget that this can be put like a 2 separate questions. Can you tell the panel what do you know about the trust or the organization you're applying for, and what attracted you for this position? Can be 2 different questions. You can have a question separate about the organization and separate about what attracted you for this position, or why do you want to apply for this position. Sometimes when they're asking you about the panel, what do you know about the organization, can be what do you know about the value of the organization, is similar questions. You just have to, the aim of this question is actually to see, for the panel to see how well prepared you are for this interview. Obvious ones, when you have, my personal advice is like, just don't try to make the answer. Once when you're applying for the position, try to do some research to find out a little bit more about the organization. For example, if there's any recent report that has been shared on the hospital website about that hospital, like for example, recently Luton and Dunstable Hospital was merged with Bedford Hospital. That's why at the moment it's called Bedfordshire Foundation Trust. That means there's no Luton and Dunstable Hospital. Now the two hospitals are together, and we are called Bedfordshire Foundation Trust. This is something that's going to show the panel that, yes, you did some research and you found that something important happened recently with the hospital. For example, you can tell them, I've done some research and I found that the hospital has a very good learning opportunities. They have a very good supportive connection for people with different background, and they really have a team that is supporting the diversity and different backgrounds in the hospital. You can say that you had friends who are students in Luton and Dunstable or any hospital that you're applying for, and you have a very good feedback for learning opportunity that within the hospital organization, and for career progression. That's again show the panel that you've done some research. You're connected with other people who have connection with that particular hospital, and this is something that attracted you for you to apply. If the questions is a little bit different when they tell us about the trust values, obviously you need to do the research. Usually when you open whatever hospital you're applying for, the first things on their website will be the hospital values. That's why you can answer these questions by knowing the hospital values. Like, for example, Luton and Dunstable Hospital values are thrive, trust, teamwork, open and honesty, respect, excellence, inclusivity, and value people. I'm totally in different direction. And how actually these values are contributed to your personal values. For example, for me, my personal values, which are the same like the hospital values, is teamwork and excellence, because this is my driven motivation. When you talk about what attracted you for this position, again, you need to show very good understanding about the job description, because obviously everything that is mentioned there as a qualification, as a responsibility, you need to be able to pick things that actually really attracted you for you to apply for this position. There is no right and wrong answers like what attracted you, but you have to be very open and honest to say why actually you applied. It's very wrong to say to the panel, I'm applying this job because I'm desperate to pay my bills. Doesn't work like that, because on the end we are no bank. We expecting people to work for their salary, for their money. But it's very good to for you to show understanding of what the expectation, what will be the expectation from you if you are successful in the interview. Another organizational question that you may be asked is, why do you want to leave your current job if you have a current job? Now, the aim of this question is to demonstrate your personal motivation, like why you're looking for a new job. If your previous job, you've been there 9 years, why all of a sudden you decided to start a new job? Also, you need to talk about your willingness for new challenges and talking about career progression. One very big mistake that people do with this question is like when they start talking very negatively about their previous employer, regardless of what happened and what's the real reason for you to leave your previous employer. Please be very diplomatic and very positive orientated, because the last things the panel needs is to hear how many negatives you found from your previous employer, because that means exactly that much negatives you're going to find of us as employer. Probably in the beginning you will be fine, and then all of a sudden you're going to start seeing only the negative sides of the employer, and that's going to cause a big distraction in your workplace, because you're going to be able to see only the negative part of your job. That's why when you talk about your previous employer and why you left your previous employer, just always mention that how thankful your previous employer, because you learn a lot of things there. That's not a lie, because on the end you definitely learn something in that job, the job opportunity that you had before. But why exactly you want to apply for this new? Why you're leaving your previous employer? Probably because you want a new opportunity, you want new challenges, you want better life opportunities, obviously, for the people coming from a different country. You feel motivated that you want to earn more, you found that the hospital and the job opportunities that you're applying for is giving you more financial stability, and that's something that you're looking for as well. Just again, be open and honest, but just don't talk negatively about your previous employer, regardless of what happened. Just focus on like actually what was the positive experience that you learned from your previous employer. We're just going to pay some attention on your skills questions. How do you prioritize your duties on the job? In these questions, the panel would like to understand how you prioritize your task, how much you are actually spending time on your skill, on your job and your task. Actually, the panel wants to see your time management skills as well, because obviously, the job is very is variety. There's a different expectation during the day, and the panel wants to see how willing you are to change your plans and to prioritize whatever happened during that particular time. You need to focus on your effective time management. You have to focus on your awareness of the task priorities. Like, for example, if you have a plan for the day, this to be your plan for that day, but something happened, emergency happened, how willing you are actually to prioritize that task compared to the plan that you made earlier. And also, the panel wants to see what is your abilities to remain calm under pressure. The answer of this question, even if you never had the opportunity to work as a healthcare assistant before, is mainly that you need to focus on, you always need to say, I never worked as a healthcare assistant before, but I think my main responsibility will be to be able to work under pressure, because obviously if I have a plan to do something during the day and all of a sudden I have to change my plan because of the work needs, that is going to give me more pressure, and I will have to and I'm able to remain calm and to be able to make right decision under pressure by prioritizing my task and just compare which task needs to be done, executed first. That is giving you time management. Very simple answer, but it's giving you a very good answer about your effective time management, about your priorities, awareness, and also how you're managing under pressure. The next question that is again skills orientated question is, are there any part of your role you think will need special accommodation with, such as lifting a patient into a wheelchair? That could be any other skills, can be by giving a personal care, by anything other than just lifting patient from a wheelchair. Could be lifting patient from floor if the patient had a fall. This question mainly is a skill one, because actually it's making you to prioritize, to identify your understanding about the physical aspect of the roles, like how much you're willing to be involved in the physical aspect of the role. Obvious, especially if you have to give a personal care, not everyone is happy to, I'm so sorry to use my language, but not everyone is willing to wash dirty food from patient or just to clean soaked bed sheets. But this is a part of the job in the healthcare assistant job, but also nursing in the healthcare sector as well. That's why they want to see how much actually you're willing to be involved in the physical aspect of your role. This is a place also, this is the question where I actually give opportunity for you to talk if you have any disabilities. Like, let's say, for example, you are not, because of some reason like surgery or some personal issues, you're not allowed to lift heavy objects. This is the place where you can explain this to the panel for them to be aware if actually you are the person who can get the job, or usually the panel doesn't have a right to exclude you because of disabilities, but they can offer you some other options, by resolving this problem, by like finding solutions. That's why this is the place where you can really mention about if you have any disabilities or any other medical condition that can stop you of performing the job 100%. This question will demonstrate your ability to perform all physical aspects if unnecessary adjustment. Like, for example, if you have struggle, like some people have a short leg, if they need some adjustment when they're working in place, or if they're not able to work under cold or hot weather, what adjustment can be done for them to be able to fulfill their duties. Also, that's going to give you willingness to ask for assistance, like how much you are actually ask for assistance and to promote the teamwork, like how much you are actually able to involve your colleagues within the team, to perform the task successfully. Another skills orientation question can be, how do you maintain dignity for patients when performing personal care tasks? This is a very important question because this is 90% of the healthcare assistant job, and it's very important for you to demonstrate in this question your understanding about the dignity and how to maintain dignity about the patients, but also you follow the protocol because the hospitals and every healthcare sector has a lot of protocols and policy and procedure that need to be followed, and how actually you're willing to follow procedures and protocols. That's going to show your compassion and empathy to others, and also your willingness to perform personal care tasks. Like I said, some of the people are not very keen, to clean dirty beds. Another question that you can be asked, this is some of your scenario questions. We've got only 3 or 4 to finish. Okay.
So one question is connected to the one which you read.
The one we just finished?
Yeah, yes, okay. This question. So can I ask you to stop 5 minutes?
Okay, yeah.
So we'll give
it. Just before we continue with this question, Jensen just asked me that one of the testimony that we can be shared with us is very much related to the previous question that we was discussing about the personal care and how the people were willing to do such a kind of unpleasant work. That's why I'm just going to pass back to Jason for a minute.
Hi, dear students. Thank you so much. Mr. Sabit is one of our students and been working with NHS Trust, Dunstable Hospital. Perhaps Greta must be the candidate. So he will be joining. Mr. Sabit will be joining soon, giving in a kind of a testimonial how this helps him. Okay, he's working and he has a work permit from NHS Trust. Mr. Sabit, you ready? Yeah.
Hi, can you see me, sir? Let me just try to sort this out first. Where am I? Okay. I hope you can see me. Can you hear also? Okay, so
yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sabit. I'm currently working as a technician. My proper title is called Emergency Department Technician, and it's a A&E job, like it's a accident emergency department job, and I'm currently working at Lieutenant Dunstable Hospital. So first of all, I just wanted to say thanks to Jensen sir because of this opportunity that he gave me to share my ideas and experiences to the students who's been looking forward to work for NHS and get a work permit. So I came here as a student, like most of us. I came here as a student to do my post-graduation course. Then I did my 2-year master's in here. It was actually an IT course, but I couldn't find a proper job in IT because of the pandemic and everything at that time going on as a part-time job. So I started doing the care home jobs at the time with the agencies. So that's how I started my career as a healthcare assistant. Then after an year in 2021, I figured out that I can't do much more in the care home jobs because it's always a same job that repeating from the day till evening. So I wasn't really happy with the knowledge I'm receiving from there. So I just tried to find out where I can get more knowledge and more experiences. So one of my friends suggested me to work as a healthcare assistant in the hospital. So first of all, I thought it would be the same as working in a care home, working in a NHS hospital. But then I realized it is totally different. Then I started my NHS career in 2021 as a healthcare assistant. I was a bank staff at that moment because I was studying at that moment, and I could only do like 20 hours like everyone at the moment. So I was doing a bank job. Bank means like under the contract, 0-hour contract. Like we can only do whenever we can do whenever we can, but we can only do maximum 2 days or something. So I did my hours and everything according to the visa criteria, and I managed to work all over the departments in the L&D hospital. Then I figured out A&E got most of the opportunities in there. So I stayed in A&E for like an year from 2021 to 2022. I stayed in A&E and I tried to be with all the colleagues. I tried to be nice with the managers and everything. So in 2022, I figured out my visa is going to expire soon. So I have two options, either going to get the PSW or find a work permit like everyone else thinks. So then what I did is I just tried to, I Googled how to get a work permit, and all I knew was the skilled worker is the tier 2 visa. Then I realized there is another visa is there, which is called health and care worker visa. So, and I just went through the details on it. So it was mentioning like we only have to be on 2 or 3 criteria, which they mentioning like we have to be under NHS sponsor, like our sponsor should be an NHS or a care fielder. I'm not properly sure because it's been like 2 years since. And the next one was like I have to get paid more than like 22,000 or 21,000 something. So that was the only criteria I have to apply for a health and care worker visa, which is the same as the tier 2 skilled worker visa. So then when I searched around in the department, like in A&E and the other hospital, I figured out like in A&E that I can do a emergency department technician job role, which is exactly the same as what they are asking for the health and care worker visa. I would have been getting more than more than the requirement of the pay requirement, and also it's under the NHS sponsorship. So on my when we finish, we always get a 4 years, not 4 years, 4 months, I don't know what we call, like when before our student visa expires, and after our studies we get a 4 months extra in our visa validity. So at that time I got into the full-time position in the L&D hospital A&E as a full-time HCA, which is a healthcare assistant. Then I've been trying to I tried to contact with the managers and also the HR team in L&D hospital. So I had to go up and down many times, and when I went first time, they didn't welcome me at all, to be honest. So because that wasn't a part of their plan or anything. Then I went again and again, and I explained to them that this is I'm actually falling under this criteria, and if you could have just go through it makes sense and everything. So some of the employers the HR team was happy to help me, and they went through it, and then finally they said they can approve me a work permit. So in 2022 August, I got my work permit from the hospital. So I would like to tell at this time that this is not the first. I didn't get everything step by step. And this is not my first attempt also. I tried many interviews. Before I get into this part, I tried in an ambulance, and also I tried to get in a healthcare assistance in ambulance team. I tried in different hospitals. So every time when I get into an interview, I get there, then I try I gather the resources, I gather the questions they ask, I gather whatever the requirements they need. So every time when I go there, I don't come back with empty hands. I always get some experiences, and I always notice, I always try to remember whatever they ask me. So I can, whenever I go there next time, I can obviously understand what they're going to ask me, or how can I achieve really, really well. So this is nobody's going to get a job or work permit on the first time. We just have to keep trying, and obviously after keep trying, one day you'll definitely get it. And that's my story.
Thank you so much, Sabit. One word about Mr. Sabit. This is a fighter, to be honest. This is one of the reasons I called him. When let's forget about the stories, but the last time when I met him, I was sick. Okay, I was so proud about my candidate, my student, Sabit. I just wanted to say, last time when I was sick, I went over there in A&E hospital to take. So they asked me to take, some of the phlebotomy. They need to check my blood. I think Sabit, you did it, right?
Yeah, I was there one. I was one there.
Once Sabit asked me, is there any point me getting this job, a care assistant? But that answer was given through that particular instance. He took my blood. See, he was one of the care assistant. He gradually fought. That's called a fight. My students, I don't want 3,000 students in it. But those who are here, you must be a fighter like of this. He did a short space of his story. Like of Greta, like of him, he was, I was in constant touch with him in many times. He had great failings, he had great things, but again, some of the success procedure of those failures. Okay. So please mindful. Okay. Some of you know him perhaps because he is a YouTuber. So he's not into because he's full time. He's full time into no, I think he's practicing for nursing now. Okay, today, right now, he is in a college. He's completing his math skill and English test. There's some skills required for further down. It's called functional skill. I'm just explaining. Okay, it's a part of your enthusiasm. You're a part of a fighter. Okay, so I must say that. I must admit to you. Okay, because this is a kind of support for other students. Thank you so much, Sabit, for your time. Thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. See you then. Bye.
I would like to congratulate you as well, because usually when we practice cannulation and phlebotomy on Jensen, he always collapsed. The fact that he didn't with you, that you're doing very great job.
Okay. Thank you very much, man. It's been a pleasure.
Yes. Thank you very much. That's a very positive testimony. Actually, it's very encouraging and extremely motivating because actually it can show you that with right approach, with attitude of not giving up and can do it attitude, you can achieve whatever you're fighting for. I will just continue because I can see the time is just flying. I will just continue with some of the scenario questions that we prepared. Like, can you tell us about a time when your patient become critically ill in your care? Obviously, for those of you who never had work as a healthcare assistant and you never had the experience of a critically unwell patient, it's going to be quite tricky and not able to answer probably correctly. But again, let me just remind you that the panel is not looking about the correct answer. The panel is looking more about how actually you understand the importance of looking after patients, after real people, and working under emergency pressure situation. Also, they're looking for how your communication skills, like how you're going to escalate, who you're going to look for help, how you're going to address, like walking around the patients and seeing somebody who doesn't look right, how you're going to communicate with others, people who can come to help, like effective communication skills, but also like demonstrate critical thinking skills, like walking by and you see somebody's not breathing or somebody look like very pale or very clammy, like what you're going to do? You're just going to walk out, or you're just going to escalate, or could be just something simple, could be something that you don't have to pay more attention, but actually what is your critical skills thinking, like your critical thinking skills. And also, like I said, ability to escalate. For example, you always can say that I never worked in the healthcare sector and I never had the experience to look after a critically unwell patient. But I think the most important for me is to be able to communicate effectively with others. And if I see that patient is not looking right, or if I think that the patient is not okay, to make sure that I communicate and I'm seeking for advice, I will seek for advice from somebody who is more experienced or more senior than me. I will remain calm and I will make sure that somebody who is more experienced will come and will help immediately or as soon as possible to make sure that the patient will have a positive outcome of the situation. You see, it's a simple question. You admit you know your limitations, you know what you're not capable of, but you know what you're capable of, and how actually you're going to combine the two things together to make sure that the patient will have a positive outcome of the situation. Another scenario question is like, what do you think is your what you gonna do if you witness patient abused by another co-workers? Probably you witness on the news a lot of examples where patient has been abused by staff in the care homes. You've seen a lot of videos. Obviously, this is something that a lot of people are looking at the moment, like how we are managing patients in the hospital settings and the care home settings. That's why by answering this question, again, even if you never had the experience before, after looking at a patient, is for you to demonstrate to the panel how you evaluate and how actually you're willing to deal with unacceptable situation in your workplace, like how you're gonna focus on critical, like you're critically thinking skills, compassion, the one that you're looking after. Like, for example, you can answer this question. It's like, I never worked with patients before because of my previous work experience, but my desire is always to help others, and I will never tolerate if I see some of the patients who are not treated right. I'm a person who always respect others and always respect people's right, and I don't think so that there is a right for anyone to abuse the people who are under our care. This is also demonstrate your awareness of unacceptable behavior by you mentioning that you think that somebody who is abused, this is not acceptable. It's more than enough for the panel to understand that actually you're not going to just close your eyes, but actually you're going to speak up and you're going to escalate this situation further, and you're going to take appropriate action to make sure that this abuse will stop. Another scenario question, very briefly, is like how you're going to deal with aggressive patients' relatives. Let me be absolutely clear that probably in every other sectors of working, you're going to face some patients and some relatives who are acting very inappropriately. Sometimes they can be verbally or even physically aggressive. This is not because they really want, to hurt us as workers, but mainly because of not accepting that their loved one or even the patients are in this particular situation, or if they have a bad news, accepting that their loved one is dying, or their frustration because of the whole system, or anything that actually can cause their frustration, can trigger their aggressive behavior for the patients and relatives. This is a question aimed to find your understanding what exactly is inappropriate behavior, because I've noticed, like, especially some people coming abroad, they think that they don't have right to talk and they can accept any kind of behavior, and because of their being quiet and not responding appropriately to that kind of aggression, the patients or relatives can be even more abusive, and that's why the panel needs to understand that you are aware, your awareness of inappropriate behavior. Also, the panel is looking of how you act in critical situation, like what you're going to do. Like some people, obviously, if somebody is being aggressive to them, they answer exactly in the same way. They're shouting, they're screaming on the corridor, the staff. They even can become physically aggressive as well, which is absolutely inappropriate in the healthcare sector. That's why the panel is looking how you're going to act in this critical situation, your awareness of effective communication and listening skills. Obviously, if you see somebody who is aggressive and patient, especially verbally aggressive, you need to ask them to step on the side, to communicate with them to see what is their concern and what actually triggered behavior. And you have to understand what exactly is going on, and to find out how actually you risk assess the situation. Obviously, if you see somebody who is very physically aggressive, you're not going to put yourself there, to be abused physically, but probably you can see to escalate, to call the security or to call somebody seniors, to come to support you with this situation. The panel wants to see how actually you're acting, risk assessing the whole situation, the patient, yourself, the environment as well, and your problem solving skills, like what solution you're going to come with of this situation. Are you going to just continue shouting? Like if the patient or relatives are shouting to you, you're going to answer them shouting. If they're trying to slap you, are you going to answer with the same response? Or you're just going to try to find a solution? Like, for example, take the relatives in the private area, ask for some senior, to come to witness, to be like your witness as well. Try to make them calm. Ask them to explain you exactly why they're not happy and what triggered their frustration, and how actually you offer yourself as a help, to resolve the problem. Very simple. Like I said, you don't have to be a healthcare assistant to have experience before to be able to answer this question, but actually is giving the panel opportunity to see how you're thinking in a critical situation. Another question, can you tell me about the time when you had to deal with patients who refuse your care? It's very often in the healthcare sector, we are working a patient who come to the hospital with different type of confusion, delirious, dementia, sepsis and low oxygen level that can cause confusion, or urine infections, which can increase the confusion level. Obviously, those patients are very difficult to manage in regards of refusing and declining a lot of care that we can offer for them. And again, you don't have to be a previous healthcare assistant to answer this question correctly. The panel is understanding of how you are respecting actually the people's rights, because obviously if the patient has a capacity, if that's me, for example, and you're asking me, can I change your nightie? And if I say no, you have to respect my right. Because I know what I'm doing and I know why I don't want to change my nightie or, to do whatever you're asking me to do. But if somebody who is confused, by you acting as in patient best interest, like how you're going to approach this situation, are you going to leave the patient, like for example, if the patient is wet, because of incontinent accident, are you going to leave the patient like this because this can cause a pressure damage, this can cause actually more disruption for the patient? Are you going to just leave it like that, or you're just going to act in a patient best interest? Actually, this is going to show the panel about your problem-solving skills as well. How actually, yes, you've got a patient who is refusing. How are you going to approach this? How are you going to resolve this problem? What you're going to do to make sure that you come with better outcome from this situation? Your ability to of escalation and seeking for assistance. Obviously, if your patient is keep refusing, what you're going to do, to make sure that you will be able to help your patient. You're not going to leave the patient wet or dirty or soaked or just undressed. But what kind of escalation you're going to follow to make sure that you're going to be able to help your patient. And also your ability to work within the team. What does it mean? Obviously, if you're alone and if you're trying to fight up with a patient who is refusing your care, are you going to continue doing things by yourself? Sometimes, especially the patient with dementia, they don't want to respond to one person by seeing their face because they've got different connection. You don't know what is triggering in their mind. But probably if you ask one of your colleagues to come and to approach that patient, the outcome can be different. That's why, the panel is looking for your ability to work within the team. Like, for example, very simple, you can ask the panel, you can tell the panel that I don't have the experience working with patient before, but I think in this situation, I can ask for my senior or for my colleagues to come to assist me, and I will assess the situation and I will see if actually the patient is able to by themselves. And I will try to explain, if they are able to make a decision, I will try to explain why I need to perform the personal care. If the patient has the capacity and if he's refusing, I will respect their rights and I will document in the patient notes. But if I think the patient doesn't have a capacity, I will ask the doctor to, or my senior team member to do a capacity assessment, and I will be able to act in a patient best interest. Simple again, but it's actually giving you everything that the panel needs to know. Describe a time when you have to handle a stressful situation. Just bear in mind that in NHS, almost 90% of our situations are stressful, can be because of short staff, can be because of emergency on the ward, can be because of cardiac arrest, or patient become very suddenly unwell. Everything and anything can be stressful in NHS, but the panel is looking about your effective communication skills, because for me, effective communication always can resolve the problem up to 90%. Our aim is to identify how actually you're working well under pressure, and if you are able to make correct decisions, like keeping yourself calm, and assessing the situation from all the angles. And what is your understanding about the prioritizing task? Like, for example, how, again, time management and how you're going to change your plan for the day according to the what and the situation needs. And I think this is the last of our examples of probably the most common questions that you can be asked for the interview. The time is really, 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 really limited. That's why I'm not going to ask for questions if you have any questions, because probably you're going to have 100 questions. But I will give the opportunity for Jensen, if you have more people who are really willing to give us a testimony, do we?
No. Prioritizing these students, we will focus on our candidates. So testimonials are something like to support.
Okay.
We'll take them.
If you have any questions, guys, about the questions, just raise your hand. I can see that Sylvian.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, so actually, I am a qualified social worker from India. So the thing is that I have not done my ASY so far because I did in 2020. So I applied with different councils. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I applied with different councils, but they said like if you want to be a social worker, you need to do ASYE. So just wanted to check if I apply for the band 5 social worker with NHS, will the experience be an issue or can I apply straight away?
I think Greta, I can answer that.
I'm not sure about the social worker. I don't think so that you can start immediately as a social worker. Like most of the qualifications from different countries, you need some kind of equivalent, not training, but like you need to find out like how actually you equivalent your diploma to the UK standard. That's why I will personally advise you, to contact. I'm not sure actually, probably the council. No.
Actually, I got my registration here. I took it straight away after my qualification, like my master's. So I'm currently registered with Social Work England. So when I contacted few councils and the agencies as well, what they said is currently I'm working as a teaching assistant in a school with children with special needs. So what they said is like you have got experience and you have got the registration. Only thing is to get the job. So you just need to apply. So just wanted to check whether NHS needs prior experience in this field.
Obviously, the NHS social worker departments usually are very small. There's only few people working in the social worker department in the hospitals. That's why probably it's very difficult, to find a job there because obviously, if you have like 2-3 people working with the whole hospital, can you imagine how limited the positions are available for the social workers? And obviously, the experience is one of the things that in the hospital is quite essential because you have to deal with just all variety of cases in the hospital. But probably if you just keep applying, you never know. Some hospitals may take you without the experience in the hospital settings. But if you can find any social worker job in any other organization, like a private organization, I will advise you for you to take this opportunity. And then when you get some experience in UK, then you can continue applying for the NHS position as a social worker there.
Okay. Yeah.
Dear, I would highly suggest to please call me after this. Okay, I have a person who can support you.
Okay.
I mean to say, he is working with council, so something like as Greta said that a social work team in NHS is too short, so therefore it is too hard for you to step in because you need a real step in hand. Okay, so when you look at the experience or things, there may be a rejection side. So as a matter of it, I'll give you Mr. Bowen. He has a very different method, and again he support the students. There is something like a bridging course if necessary. Okay, he is a social worker, he has a team, so contact me later. So we'll conclude that. Yeah, any other questions?
Just one more question. So I just wanted to check how the applications are shortlisted. Is it like via the ATS method or does the recruiters read it manually? Because when I applied with the council, they said it will go through the ATS software, will check if the keywords matches or not. And when I asked few of the people who works in NHS, they said the recruiters reads it manually, not the ATS or anything. So just wanted to check.
how the recruitment is working. Usually, obviously, the first selection after the closing date of the interview is the HR is doing automatic selection if the people are actually covering the criteria. Like, let's say, for example, if I'm looking for a nurses with PIN, I'm just giving an example. If I'm looking for nurses with PIN who are ready to start job immediately, and usually when I'm putting the job out for nurses, I've got probably about 200 application forms. Most of the people who are still abroad, that means they don't have a PIN and right to work in UK as a nurses, but they're applying for a job here because the job are open external, and they're applying for the job because they want a sponsorship. I cannot, that's the first selection where the HR will reject their application forms because actually they don't cover the criteria of having a PIN in UK already. That's mean this is the first selection. And secondly, once when this selection is done, probably let's say, for example, from 200 application form, they can be shortlisted down to 10. Probably 10 people already in England apply with PIN who actually covered all the criteria for the job. The shortlisting is from 200 is down to 10, and I have to do a manual shortlisting of these 10 application forms. Depends on what I'm looking for.
Okay, yeah. So the first selection will be done through the system shortlisting, and then it will be manual later.
Because like when they do the part of the interview, when they do the identification, they put like a job qualification that the people need to be when the people are applying, they need to be accordingly to the job qualification. Like, for example, if one of the qualification that is essential, is a mandatory for this job, is a driving license, everyone who apply without driving license automatically will be rejected, will be excluded of the second part of the shortlisting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, so that will be done through the system, right? The computer, the ATS. So
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
We cover the identification, the requirement from the for the position. They will be the one shortlisted for. They will be moved to the manual shortlisting.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Adele.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. So thank you for your time and very helpful information. So I have two questions in one. The first one, I just want to know, healthcare support worker, is it the same thing as healthcare assistant?
Yes.
One. Number two.
Sometimes it depends of like where you're applying for a job. Usually it's the same responsibility. Healthcare support worker mainly is more in the private sector, where the people are supporting more independent individuals with their actually support of living. Like, let's say, for example, you have a group of patients, clients, residents, whatever you want to call them, where you have to support them more with their living. Let's say, for example, accommodation, and you have to go to make sure that they will be able to tidy up their rooms, and you're there more to support them, that you actually physically giving them help. If that makes sense?
Yes, this is an NHS job with the title of healthcare support worker at the CCU, like critical care unit. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to understand it. Is it the same thing as healthcare assistant?
Yeah, because actually in the critical care unit, most of the job, 90% of the job is done by the nurses and the healthcare assistant there, which is called healthcare support workers, and mainly to support the dynamic of the ward. Is not directly giving personal care. You still can assist, the nurses by giving personal care to a patients or assisting them with their activity of daily livings. But it's mainly actually to support the dynamic, the smoothly jobs of the environment, if that makes sense. But yeah, yes. It's not the same.
All right, thank you. The second question is during the interview, when you are being asked a question and you're answering, how do you know, or when do you stop talking? Do you have to wait until the interviewer stops you, or you just stop when you feel like, okay, I've given the answer?
It's a very interesting question, and thank you very much for asking me this question. Actually, it's quite interesting. When you're fully focused on your interview, obviously you have to keep eye contact with the panel, and you'll be actually able to see when the panel start losing the interest of the rest of the answer. Once when you see, like, for example, I'm I'm the panel and you're talking to me about yourself and blah, blah, blah. And I'm interested. I'm very interested of everything that you're saying. But in one moment, I feel like, okay, that's quite a lot. We're going in different direction. Some of the people would like to say, actually, I would like to stop you here because I think you're answering the next question, or I would like to stop you here because I think we are going a little bit in different direction. Some people are very honest to say this straight away, especially if they see that you start answering a next question, which is in the book already. But also, if I'm talking to you like this, if you're talking to me and I'm listening to you very carefully, and all of a sudden I just start to do something like this,
okay,
you're losing the eye contact with the panel, you're losing this connection. That means something you need to stop there. You need to close the answer.
Okay, thank you. The last one, when you talked about reference, which is very important. Okay, presently I'm working as a support worker with a private organization. All right, I don't have the intention of leaving that position. I just wanted something to fill the extra days, like, because this is a 4 days on, 4 days off job. So I'm looking for something to fill the other days. All right. Can I use my present employer, like my manager, as a reference for this new job?
You can, as long as you tell her that you don't have intention, like why, because obviously, can you imagine the surprise if you never mentioned to the manager that you're looking for another job or you're looking for something different or just want to experience interview, all of a sudden for her to receive reference. That's why, again, your manager and just explaining like you're doing this for her not to be surprised and to know what to expect, will be is appropriate, to use this as a reference.
Oh, okay. So I need to notify her first.
It's quite shocking, like if you all of a sudden you receive requests for a reference, the first thinking of the manager will be like, oh my God, this person is leaving. And I was never told about this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Jaspreet. Jaspreet Kaur. So please, you can ask.
Yeah, ma'am. I want to ask that. Actually, I'm from IBM field that is completely different from NHS. How will I able to be fit in this field?
Sorry, the line was not very clear and I didn't understand the question.
Actually, ma'am, I'm from international business management field, and that is very completely different from NHS. How will I be fitted for this field, NHS? If I want to if I want to make career in NHS, what guidelines or what route I have to follow?
Apply for the job. Just keep applying for the job. Obviously, even that you have like completely different working background from your country, that's not gonna disqualify you for applying for any other job. Obviously, this is a different challenge, just different working opportunity, different working opportunities for you. That doesn't mean only because you graduate something from your country, you probably want to continue with that. Probably you're looking for something completely different for you as a new skills and knowledge. Just apply. Just please be aware that as a student, nurse, international student, you have some limitation with working. Again, with the visa support, like I said, I'm not probably the 100% right person to answer all the visa questions, but generally looking about the job opportunity is just for you to apply for the jobs. And like I said, if you don't, if you're not the right person according to the criteria of the hospital will send you an email and will explain why you're not selected, or at least if you can look for some other opportunities as a career.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're very welcome. I hope that is pretty much.
Arati is asking a question.
Sorry, I missed that.
Arati, go ahead, speak. Hello, Arati.
Oh, sorry, I need to mute myself.
Sorry, sir, I have an internet connection, so that's why I message you.
Okay, carry on. Now you can ask.
Yeah, I'm from BSc Optometry here. I'm doing my MBA, but unfortunately, I can't complete it. Now I have applied for a fee waiver. So how can I took for NHS? Can I apply?
That's something law related area. Because first of all, your completion of study has not come. When your proficiency as a student have not completed, the application is not incomplete. So when you apply for the present law, I think there is a limitation because unless you complete your study, you can't. I firmly believe that you won't be able to fit in because the completion of certification. See, for example, NHS. I'm speaking about NHS, but whereas in private firm, we got a letter from the university. We have NVQ students here. Among NVQ student, one student got a letter from the college or university, kind of completion letter. So that was fitting. Again, the company was ready to take, but NHS policy, no, because it's strictly follow the law of England. Because this is a system, government system.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, dear. Any others?
Sir, I got a small doubt, sir. Big T here.
Yeah, big T more. Yeah.
Sorry. Sir, actually, when we go for an interview, during the interview, if they, when I come up with a scenario, they're asking me a question which is related to my current, I'm working in care home and, the scenario is matching with the resident. Without mentioning the name of the resident, am I allowed to share the scenario? So this is how I do when I get the, I couldn't, I'm not getting it. It is like when they say, like, if a resident is refusing for the personal care, how are you going to deal with it? So am I allowed to say that I've been through, I have in previous care home, I worked with a resident. If they decline, this is how I used to convince them. So I know there is something called, we need to maintain the confidentiality. So I'm not mentioning the name of the resident, but am I allowed to share the experience, how I deal with the resident?
Yes, absolutely yes. As long as you're not sharing any patient details, abbreviation of their names, date of birth, names that the patient can be recognized by another organization, you are absolutely able to actually allow to share information, because actually we are not asking about the name of the patient, we're just asking for your experience, like how you're going to manage the situation, and especially if you had a previous experience, actually you're showing the panel that you know what you're talking about, you know the question and you know the solution. That's why, yes, you can give an example. You can give that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think we are already above the time that was been initially set for our training. I know that this is a topic where we can talk. If you stay here, we can talk until tomorrow. I know that it's a very open topic. It's with a lot of questions, especially about when we talk about the recruitment. I hope that Jason will be able to help in future with more similar sessions. But for now, I would like to thank you guys very much for your time. I'm really sorry if I was a little bit boring with all the information that I gave you, but actually I'm quite happy, that we had some questions and some answers. Hopefully I was able to help you, just to give you some understanding of how the recruitment and the NHS recruitment operate, but also to give you some tips of what you need to do and what to expect, like when you're completing your application form, when you go for the interview. I'm really sorry that if some of you feel a little bit defensive of everything that I was saying, especially when we was talking about your attitude and dress code when we go for the interview, but it's extremely important for you to be aware of like the right things here in England. And if you have any more questions, just please drop an emails. I'm happy, just to follow some of the emails in the next days. Just
thank you.
Easter is coming. Please give us a little bit time to celebrate Easter.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear students, we have two testimonials. If you want to listen up, you can listen up. One student, because one student has sent me over the phone, so I'm just going to play it as a matter of last thing, so you can watch it and how differently people get it. Okay, but meanwhile, and from that point we wind up. Okay, so you can see this, and again, one person will be sharing this. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good evening. My name is Femi Linson. Hi, I'm Maria.
Nice,
We're
okay.
working in NHS Musgrove Hospital in Taunton. We got our sponsorship last year, and today we are happy to say that we got our renewal for 2 more years in NHS.
Yeah, first we got just 1 year. Now we got a 2-year sponsorship, and we are doing NVQ level 3 with the Welfare Academy too.
Yeah, to improve our skills and qualifications. And then
about the application for NHS, we have to apply by NHS track. Then we can fill the CV with including our education, scholarship and experience, qualification and everything. Then you can add 3 more things, that is why this job and why NHS and any other comments. Yeah.
So in my experience, what I did was I came in UK, and I was struggling in the lockdown. At that period, I started working as a carer. So I explained all of those in that portfolio. So after that, that's what I written in there, and we submitted it, and in few days we got an invitation for our first interview.
Yeah, we have to fill that 3 questions with a paragraph, and we have to include how passionate we are, and we just give the respect, dignity, and you can include that once. And we have experience with healthcare or anything, you can include that also.
And during the interview, they will ask more about like dignity, personal centered care, how you manage in an emergency situations, things like that.
Yeah, interview is okay.
Not a very tough one. It's if you can prepare yourself, it won't be a difficult interview for you with experience, of course.
Yeah, the main thing is the application.
Yeah,
application is the important. We have to add more things about you and about your experience and everything. That's you got the interview call. Yeah.
So we wish you all the best for everything.
My dear students, thank you so much. Now we have one more person as a live, because this is something interesting. If you can spend 1 more minute, that'll be good, because this individual is something separate, very unique to you. He had just level 2 training, and with his confidence, he gained that job. He was rejected from the panel, but he got it. So there is a very different approach he adopted. So because my timing went wrong, because this is a long time, isn't it? So we couldn't fix it up. He'll be joined. I don't know, brother, are you joined? Sanju? Sanju will be. Anyway, thank you so much. Now, so he asked me 1 minute, so he'll be joining soon. Now, apart from that, let me just thank Greta. Greta, thank you so much for the time. It is something completely. Oh, Sanju is here. So let me ask him to speak. Mr. Sanju.
I'm sorry, I'm actually in the car. Just came back after picking my wife. So really sorry about it. And then
this is something very, very free. I mean, to say this is what I need. I don't want a person preparing and on a seat. No, this is something we need. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sanju. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Actually, to be frank with you, I am one of your students. I was into your training, and I got into the first interview where normally it is happening normally when you apply through track and stuff, but it happened to me like I went on for a walk-in interview, and then there was like a lot of interview panels were there. Some of them were rejected, but when you go for some other, like if you have the courage and have going forward, and then waiting for another set of interview that was happening, because all of the region and all of the the ward people were there for interviewing, and I got selected through the interview process, and it was with the help of the training which I've gained from welfare, because it's not easy though. Gaining kind of, when they ask you many questions, questions, you have to be ready with the questions, and it is always be genuine, and then the support. And I know everything you might have discussed in the panel, because it's been quite a long time, so you might have disclosed everything for the students, for how to prepare for interview, how to attend the interview and stuff. So, but my experience, I was into the walk-in interview and I got selected, and the good factor is that my visa was actually about to renew, and then I got a visa COS from Northampton General Hospital. So unlike I know there are aspirants looking for a work visa and stuff, and then it's of course give you more mile if you have that compassion, you have that qualities within you, because everybody, everyone can't work in this field.
Thank you so much.
Can
Mr.
everyone?
Sanju,
Hope everyone can hear. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Mr. Sanju might have forgot one thing. I mean, when we were talking about the best part of this is, dear students, there were 2 lines. Okay, initially he forgot to bring his CV. Okay, so
that
at the
was one
very
thing, because,
primary he was rejected.
Yeah, the first part, when I went into a certain department head, she asked me for the resume. But the thing was like, as I was not aware of the fact that, because it's been a walk-in interview, I was not prepared for a resume or stuff. So, because I went into the interview like that, because maybe like I was not aware that I should bring a CV, because it's been a healthcare. This was new to me, and then she rejected. She said, without a resume, how can I interview? And then I was like, I was thinking what to do. And then next I was waiting there, and I went into another where all the other interviews were going on, and I waited there, and they called us, they lined it up, and then it was a process like 3-4 interviews were there. So it was not an easy process, but still, if you can, if you can talk to them, if you can convince them, and everything, everything comes into you if you are true to the what you are talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you, Sanju. Sanju, because this is very short time, I asked him to say some words. Okay. First of all, that's my mistake, because we haven't prepared so much for this thing. Even some of you have received a message just today morning. Okay, because Greta was again informed last minute. I just prepared. I think many students are failing on this ground, so some kind of inspiration would help you. Okay, it's a fire, because this is what my life is all about. Even Sunday I'm working. So some example like you would help you. Sanju was really fighting, because Sanju is just a care assistant in a NHS. Can you think that? I mean, he asked directly, "Can I have a visa?" So there is no option. Then they found, okay, can I see? The reason, not because there is something option, because Sanju found to be good in the work. And now Sanju has got one more friend. He even kind of neglect the same word of Sanju said. Okay, I'm not going to be
Yeah,
coming.
yeah, it was like he was not coming with. I called him because I said, and the main thing is that I forgot to tell you. I got a message saying that there was an interview. I mean, like a vacant interview is happening. I got a message just maybe a day or two before, and then anyway, because I was mentally prepared for for going forward to it, and then on my way, I just ring my friend and then asked him. I'm also going because I know he was also working in a warehouse and he was struggling because working in warehouse is not that easy. And then he was also like taken a care certificate, and then but he was not like I don't know, he was not looking for many options or something. But I found it like I called him, I asked him to come with me, and then he was hesitating. He was saying, "No, I'm not coming. I don't know. There might be you need to register or something." But I said, "No, we'll try because just give it a try. Give it a try. You may not know because what happened next." So we tried and we both got visa. So.
All I want to say, Sanju, well done. So he actually helped another one. Dear students, this is something like a little space for you to help. Again, if you help another one, somehow, if you believe in God, there you are. I'm one of those. So please help others too. This is something like
that's what I'm saying. Like still I still believe in your words also because everyone can't do this job. You can work in Tesco. If I remember those things when you said everybody can go and work in Asda and Tesco wherever, but you have to be like you have to have in your mind that you are going for. You should have that qualities also within you. So it will come as and when you attend your. That is what I'm saying. Attending your training session is too much good, too good for a person to become, into a healthcare or wherever, into a nursing department or wherever.
Sanju, let me stop you there because that's not the fact. This was you were good. That's why they selected you. Thank you so much. No worries. Thank you so much for all the participants. Because Sanju, we are actually running out of the time. Thank you so much. Thank
Excuse
you.
me, may I ask you one thing?
Any question?
Will you
Go
upload
ahead.
this video? Nothing actually. Will you upload this streaming video in the YouTube channel?
First of all, it's a long time, around 5 hours. So we were not actually fully ready. We will see that. I think some portions were recorded, but I don't know how many people will see such a long video. Anyway, thank you so much. We'll see that. We'll see that.
At the time of application and all, we can use it as a reference actually. That's why.
Of course. We will try.
Please consider.
So much. Thank you. Sure. Thank you so much, Sanju. Thank you so much for your valued time because Sanju has got a night shift. I know that.
I need to go. Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. So for all students, especially to Greta from the heart of Welfare Academy, from the heart of me, thank you to each one, especially Jayesh, Dominic, our people, each one of you. Thank you so much. We were actually around 500 plus students, different approaches. Like this one right now, we have a few. But again, live streaming has got another few. There are 2 other devices happening. So something like, because we have got limitation on Zooms. So we used multiple objects. Thank you so much, dear. Thank you, Greta. Thank you.
Thank you very much and have a good Easter, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Greta.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.